The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Greetings. A laurel and a hearty handshake. From me to you, my name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan. Hanging out with, well, not Bobby Pitts. He's in Miami. Did you at least see his laser fog office that he used to have there? All the corporate profits were going towards? All right. Gotcha. Right. When I was with iHeart in Chicago, it was still Clear Channel, but sales and programming, they were all on different floors, constantly taking stairs and elevators. And here we have 10,000 tidy square feet. Hey, among those 10,000 square feet is our own Cody Poundcake Helpful Brown down there in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
It's like, Bill and I are in here in the quiet studio, but it's like we're all in satellite locations. Not
It
really.
feels like that, yeah.
It feels like that, yeah. We don't see.
That's why I cherish my time with Poundcake as we drive in.
Oh, yeah. Are you still giving him rides?
Yeah. Good time like that. He's
What did
giving
you
me a
guys
ton of
talk
rides.
about today?
Today, what did we talk? We talked about insurance and how it's a scam.
Well, insurance is gambling, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And then,
I don't remember.
I don't really.
You don't remember.
I don't think we got into too much.
You've been here for 20 minutes, Poundcake. You don't remember what you talked about. You
Oh,
were
we talked
just
about
in the car.
No, we talked about West 6th because Jeff Dye hit me up after the shows last night, and he's like, "Hey, I'm hanging out West 6th, just smoking a cigar. If you want to come chill," and I was like, "Nah, I'm all right. I'm tired."
Where was he hanging out? Because he's sober now.
Yeah, he was at like the Barley House just outside. Just he's like he said on the show, he'll still go to bars and hang out. He just doesn't drink.
Yeah.
And
what you could have said is, my friend and coworker Cody would love to hang out and get a cigar with you in the back of Barley.
Sleeping.
I've smoked a cigar before.
He's had bigger things than that in his mouth.
Yeah,
Have you ever smoked a cigar, Poundcake?
It doesn't put it in his throat.
I don't know what he does. He's a professional young man.
Yes, I've smoked a cigar before. When Erica and I crashed at one wedding, it was like we're in these people's wedding photos, and everyone had a cigar, and they gave me a cigar too.
Right. Yeah, but was that just for show, or did you?
No, I smoked it.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to waste a good cigar. I didn't pay for it.
Poundcake, tell me this. We listened to the same artist the whole drive in.
Awful Cake.
No, Cake was yesterday. Because last night on the way home, we were listening to Satan Is My Motor, and he's like, Satan's my motor. He was really taken aback by that song. But do you know the artist that we listened to on the way in today?
Nope, I paid no attention.
You can't even take a guess?
Ozzy Osbourne. What did he front?
So far away.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Billy Joel.
Oh, yeah, no.
Boy, I've been hearing We Didn't Start the Fire seemingly every 35 seconds between coming back to work and hearing it on the lake or Magic every 10 minutes. And then we had a friend's 40th birthday party over the break, and they had karaoke in their house. And everybody's getting loaded but me because I was going to drive. And so I had like a couple of drinks at the beginning of the night, We all did shots of Malort, and that was it. So for the rest of the night, it was a long night. Everybody else is doing karaoke until like 3 in the morning. And I swear to God, people did. We didn't start the fire a couple of times.
That's insane.
But all the words are up there on the screen. At least that's better than people who go and like try to do it but don't know. Space Monkey Mafia is in there.
We were doing Glass Houses and Innocent Man. Those were the albums we were listening to on the way in. But Poundcake didn't even pick up on it.
Well, I was gonna say, in the car, did you tell Poundcake, hey, this is Billy Joel?
No. I wanted to just because he doesn't really pay attention to my music. I could tell my music is wallpaper to him.
Yep.
Right.
Just elevator music.
So it was funny when yesterday Cake got his attention because it was about Satan.
I didn't necessarily hear the lyrics. I just happened to look at your screen and it said Satan is my motor. And I said, what type of devil worshiping music you listening to?
Yeah, but Satan pops up in a lot of songs, Poundcake. It's not necessarily on the nose, where it's not devil worshiping music.
Yeah, and also it's great imagery and it's a great metaphor because that's Satan's kind of your motor.
Satan is not my motor.
Oh God, I can't even stand it.
Thank you.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You guys are all
thought you heard
savages.
that. Well, you know what? You're liberal pieces. It just doesn't make any sense. What is your problem?
Political Joe loves
you
cake.
Use your platform for your Democratic
He didn't make this. He doesn't even know Cake.
What is the problem?
Don't tell him.
States right
I made
now,
it.
the baby formula thing. And Trump would have a baby formula task force, and there'd be all that. And you know that.
Actually, DJ Jake C made it. Now that I think about it. Hey, listen, if you enjoy cake, you should enjoy cake. It's like you're living in Utah. They love cake in Utah.
But they don't love that song because they don't want Satan to be their motor.
Right. They're probably more of a short skirt, long jacket, or...
Even that seems
a
little...
And then you can't do sheep go to heaven, goats go to hell.
Yeah.
Because it mentions
it's crazy
hell.
that they like cake so much. But they do. They
like all that talk singing.
I love it.
All right. Poundcake, when are you going to get your car back? Do you know?
No, I thought I was going to get it back today. It's just an insurance thing.
Right.
Like just waiting in the mail.
Is they're paying for it? They're like, hey, we're going to fix this, and then we'll give it to you when we can give it to you?
Well, it's all fixed and everything. From what he told me, they missed the payment by like $300. They're like, you can just come in and pay the difference. And he's like, hell no.
Right.
Which,
you guys are supposed to do that.
Right.
And I don't have the money for that. I'm already paying like a deductible and everything. So it's boring and it's just frustrating, but it could be worse, I suppose. So I'm just trying to look at glass half full.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say class half full?
Glass half
He said
full.
class half full, Mary. All right? When he was at the University of Akron, that's what it was, because he was taking oceans and dinosaurs. And halfway through the semester, people would go, screw this, but he would stay behind. He'd sit there and learn. He was matriculating properly. It was class half full.
In that case, I just go online.
You what?
I would just go to the class online.
Go to the class online.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to walk today. I want to study dinosaurs online. Yeah, we didn't have online classes when I was in college 30 years ago.
Oh, they were called correspondence
You
courses.
are
You could take college through the mail.
Yeah, you really could.
Yeah.
Correspondence. I'm getting my secretarial degree at night school. Home economics. You learn how to make chocolate chip cookies, and then you get to eat them. Well, all the athletes were in those classes because they needed to, have enough credits to stay eligible to play. And so, you'd take home economics and things like that. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I hope you get your ride back soon, Poundcake.
Hopefully this weekend.
Yeah. Right?
Again, being optimistic. The good part is it's done. Money will always be like an issue. It's just, it's done. It's there. It's just a matter of...
But it's just sitting there taunting you at this point.
Well, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it since it's been done.
But now, when you get it back, will you, despite the fact it's 32 degrees outside, will you roll the windows down and blast some celebratory Celine Dion?
I don't know. I think I'm going to keep a real low profile, to be honest. First thing I'm doing is getting my damn steering wheel lock or whatever it is.
The club.
Yeah, the club. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna feel comfortable parking it outside anymore.
Of course.
Where else are you going to put it?
Nowhere. Like that.
Right.
That's it. So it's just.
I got a spot you can rent if you don't mind walking all the way over to my place.
Rent.
Well, no, I'm not gonna pay extra for it.
I called a guy today because there was a sign, a for rent sign outside of a really cute place in Astoria. And it's like, for rent, text this number, call this number. And I called him, and he was renting out his garage. And I was like, you need to put that on your little rent sign.
But it has a closet and a hot plate.
And he's gonna sell that. Like he's gonna rent that.
Oh, yeah.
Garage. Someone will take him up on that.
Definitely take that.
I know plenty of people that move to LA and live in someone's garage.
Yeah, but that's usually people they know, right?
Sure.
Imagine the rando who rents your garage. That'll make you feel good. You'll sleep with one eye open every night.
We're like talking, and I was like, oh no, I need housing. I'm not looking for just paying $300 a month for your garage.
This
no,
is
I'm
attached
good.
to a house. It's housing adjacent, literally. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen anywhere on that iHeartRadio app.
Happy New Year.
Happy freaking New Year!
So, we heard your New Year's resolution is to be
They discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Are aliens real?
Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Oh, yeah. We're back doing our metal show tomorrow night, by the way. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Starts at 10. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. We play brand new stuff. We play local metal, play some classics. It's a lot of fun. We had a couple of weeks off over the holidays, but we're back live tomorrow night. Your Cavaliers play tonight, second of two against the just awful, awful Washington Wizards. They beat them by 39 points on Wednesday night. And they'll play them again tonight. 7:30 is the tip over at the Romo Fijo. 7 o'clock is when that pregame coverage will begin here on the Buzzard. Hey, Stripper Scott.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
What's going on, man? How are your holidays?
It's kind of polar opposites. Christmas was pretty bad, but then New Year's was really good. So
why was Christmas bad, dare I ask? Dare I ask?
No, my car broke down at 2 a.m, Christmas Eve / Christmas morning, and hard time getting a tow, so I just had to wait in the car until 9:30.
You had to wait in your car for 7 hours?
Yes.
Where were you? I assume you were in the middle of nowhere?
Basically, yeah.
Were you on your way to meet someone?
No, I was headed back from visiting a family member, but it was late. I left late and had a blowout, but tried to change the tire, and that turned out that the reason it blew out was the spring had shattered, which is what destroyed the tire, and then would also destroy the spare if it had enough air in it to drive, but it didn't matter. So I just I tried.
Wow.
I couldn't travel, so I just had to wait. But it's Christmas. Right. I mean, I get it. Yeah, I can't really complain to anybody. It's, the guy had to get called in just to come get me. I felt super bad about that.
Well, okay, so then, but New Year's made up for it?
Yeah.
How did you ring in the New Year, Scott?
Oh, it was, a friend of mine was visiting in Cleveland, and so we went to Hilarities and saw a comedy show and had some dinner and drinks, and it was a fun time.
A friend of yours? Is this a female friend of yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny you should ask. Yeah.
And so you did, was it the big, you really did it up then for New Year's Eve? Was it the balloon drop and the champagne toast?
I mean, a cork was definitely popped that night.
Ah! You see what he means, Bill?
Yeah.
He means his penis.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Happy you got.
Actually, full disclosure, I was too drunk, so that didn't even happen.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with partial disclosure.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave out the other part then. But no.
Imagine kicking out the cash. Everybody gets ripped off. New Year's Eve is amateur night, right? It's weekend warriors and people who don't go out that often, or they do and they don't want to sit at home alone with their own thoughts, whatever it is. All these places, you could go on a random Tuesday night and get yourself, a $2 beer. You go on New Year's Eve, they're charging you just out the ass. Think of kicking in all that cash and then Stripper Scott's too drunk to get it up. Think about that.
Well, no, I mean, it was later that morning was fine, but it was
well, yeah.
The midnight kiss, let's put it that way.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's hanging out to ring in the new year.
Was that included though, like the morning, or did you have to was it an add-on package?
Oh no, it was. Yeah, that was planned. It was
okay.
It was fun move. Yeah, it was. But no, it's my own fault because I ordered a couple different drinks. Like, you gotta try this one, you gotta try that one, and then she didn't like any of them, so I drank them all. And then apparently that was too much for little old man Scott that doesn't drink anymore.
No. All right. But still, even though that didn't go exactly the way you wanted, that's still preferable to Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. No, it was still a great weekend. It was a lot of fun times. A lot of good dinners, a lot of shows. I saw Steve burn on New Year's, and I saw Brenton Terhune, and I went dressed up in my costume like him, like last time.
Did you make it to either of Mary's farewell shows?
Yeah, I was getting there. I saw Bill on Friday. It was good at the taping. Then Mary's farewell show, the late show. Was unaware that there was a Browns game. Apparently, that's why everyone else was all excited, cheering random times during the middle, because I guess they were watching on their phone or something, which they shouldn't. But yeah, so that was fun. I got to see a lot of comedy packed into a week off. So that was a good time. And Mary, you're doing okay? Getting I heard a little snippet when I was getting in the car. Everything's going okay for you out in New York?
I'm just tired and homeless, but yeah.
She might be living in. I mean, she's lived in a basement before. Now she's too good to live in a garage.
Other than that,
the thing with your friend that was set up that didn't come out.
No, we're just.
She's searching.
Apartment hunting. I've only been here 3 days, so.
Okay.
How'd it go? The drive was okay. 3 days, Mary.
How'd it go today?
Cody, I'll fight you.
Don't fight me.
All right, thank you, Scott.
All right, take care, everyone. It was nice seeing you.
All right. Scott ringing in. 2024, popping his cork. Very exciting for him. I love how coy he is, you know? Oh, I had a friend come in, and we had dinner, and then we, you know.
Horny
he's so
Eeyore.
coy. Yeah. Horny Eeyore. Not much of a New Year's Eve. Still popped my cork.
It was in the morning. It was okay.
Right. So he's, well, good for him. You know, I'm glad to hear, you know, the highs and lows of life can come at you pretty quickly. And, okay, so back to Poundcake is going to fight Mary. She is in New York and apartment hunting. She has just said, big announcement on the show, she will fight Poundcake.
I will punch him.
Don't be mad at me because you can't find a place to live.
Listen, dude,
She's not mad at you. You just inserted yourself into the conversation.
She's gonna fight me.
Yes, because you inserted yourself into the conversation.
And I said,
you can't find a place to live?
In 3 days? That's like 72 hours.
I know. I'm
You gotta find the right place. You could find a place in 10 minutes.
Correct. I could have signed with the first place I saw.
Big Sil said that he don't want to live in a garage. You know how many people would love to live in a garage? They just living on the street in a box.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is I'm a very pretty decisive person. Like when I make my mind up about something, I do it. And I'm learning that my future roommate is incredibly indecisive, which is leading to some...
This is the girl from Indianapolis.
Yeah, this is leading to some frustrations on my part.
Oh, that's really fun.
Yes. Well, I saw 4 places today, and every place has its pros and cons. If you're like anywhere, and she's never even been to New York City, so I'm trying to explain to her, like, hey, we are not going to get everything on our list. Like, flat out, we're just not. We're either going to get a really good location that's a little more expensive and doesn't have laundry, or we're going to get a little bit further out with updated amenities, but we're not near anything. It's a 15-minute walk to the train station, blah, blah, blah. And she is dead set on us finding something that checks every single box.
I am amazed. It's like watching House Hunters. You know, it's such a cliche that it's a meme. It's like a hacky bit, you know. I make pottery, and our budget is $4 million, you know, whatever. And I'm always amazed, even if you've never been there before, the people who move to a much larger city, and some big cities are more affordable than others, granted, but people go, nope, I want it exactly the way I had it in my old place. Like, okay, well, that's way out of our budget.
Well,
you know,
we had to talk.
I want a terrace and a pond.
A pretty, not serious talk, but like I FaceTimed her 2 different places today, and I loved both of them. The one is right in the heart of Astoria, 4 blocks from the train, across the street from a grocery store, and on like right off, half a block off the main drag. So anything you want as far as like coffee shops, restaurants, bars, it's all right there. And then this is the train that drops me off a half a block from radio. So I'm like, this location is perfect, okay? Little bit of an older apartment, so there's no laundry in the building, which I will give her is a big deal. Going to a laundromat, it can be a deal breaker for some people.
And it's expensive, too.
It's all expensive, but it's all within our budget. So, no laundry in building. We'd have to put window units in our bedrooms as far as AC goes. And then there was one other con that it's not updated. It's an older kitchen. It's not a fancy looking place.
Why does that matter?
But it's huge. So I was like, dude, this place is like 850 square feet as far as apartments go. And then she's like, I don't know, the kitchen's really old, and there's not closet space and this, that, and the other. I was like, okay. So I go see another place that's brand new. Nobody's ever lived in it. Completely renovated. Everything's updated. Perfect. Like the inside, and this place is almost 1,200 square feet. So this is like a small house. Like this place is giant, okay? Off the beaten path though. So you're not really close to many shops and restaurants. You're 3 blocks from a grocery store, and you're about a 15-minute walk from the train instead of 7. And
that's gonna suck in the snow.
Well, and I told her, I was like, you've never grocery shopped by foot. Like when you have to walk to the grocery store and then just buy what you can carry.
The old lady with the cart dragging behind her. Yeah.
So then she's like, well, I don't like how far away that is from everything. And I was like, well, these are our 2 best options. These are the 2 biggest places that we've seen with the most amenities. And that one had laundry in the building. So she's like, well, I want to find a place that's basically mesh those 2 together. And I was like, we're not going to find that for under $3,500. And I was like, listen, man, I don't know if you're balling out and you want to raise the budget, that'll fall on you. Like if you're willing to spend an extra $500 a month, we can start looking at places that are $4,000. But we're in no reality are we going to find every single thing checked off of our list for the budget that we have.
Right, and then you have to rely on her to kick in that extra cheese.
But she's like, no, I don't want to do that.
Right.
So I text her back and I was like, I'm good with waiting till you're in town to see more apartments because I've been up at 7:30 in the morning the last 3 days. I've seen 15 apartments in 3 days. And if you,
and this is why Poundcake's so full of it too. Because Cody, you couldn't find an apartment because your mom would have to be with you every step of the way.
My mom.
You can't live there. Yeah, your mom would have to go with you when you were apartment hunting in New York. She didn't want you to go to OSU because she didn't want you to party. You think she wouldn't go with you? She'd be like, you got to wait till I'm off work so we can go apartment hunting in New York.
That wouldn't even be a thing because she doesn't even, I would have to take her to New York to apartment shop with me, and she don't know nothing about, we helped her find her house. So no, she can't give me advice on anything like that because she's owned and rented houses in the same places for years. So she's used to a certain budget in a certain county, like Lorain County, which pales in comparison to anywhere else, I would say even in the state of Ohio. So no, that wouldn't even be, I wouldn't even ask her for that. She can't give me expertise when it comes to that.
No, not ask her. Wouldn't she insert herself in your apartment hunting? If you were moving to New York City?
She wouldn't even, she would forbid me to go because she would have no control.
This is what I'm saying. She would still throw in her lot on your decision.
But if the case would be that I'm moving, it would just be against my mom's wishes, but she couldn't stop me from going. I would have my own reasons for not going, just the budget alone. I mean, you see what happened. Like, my car got stolen in situations like that. What do I do? Like, I would have to, I've been shopping on foot, having to get just as much groceries as I can carry. And other factors, like how would I find a doctor? Like, my insurance for my car out of state or my health insurance out of state. Those little things I haven't had to really deal with yet because I am close to home. I've been going to the same doctor. My what is it? The medical.
Go ahead.
No, I don't know.
Your GP, your general practitioner.
Yeah, my general practitioner for years. So starting all over and just finding some place and getting used to that is the biggest issue for me. Not just being on my own. I have my own apartment now, and I'm not getting really help with the bills. It's the stuff that's out of state that would bother me.
Oh, I mean, you wouldn't have a car in New York, though.
No, I would probably sell my car. But, like, this is Mary, and this is not even a slight to you. I'm not trying to be funny. No, I'm not being funny at all.
Careful, because she's already said she'll fight you.
She can
we
fight.
know.
She can book a flight and come back and fight me. I'm just curious. Like, when you have, like, anxiety problems or, like, you need medication, have you worked that out yet? Do you have a doctor in mind? Do you know a hospital that, or a clinic where you can go to?
Dude, shut up.
What?
Just let her figure out where to live first.
That's my thing, is that I'm taking it one step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
The immediate thing is finding a house. Finding somewhere to live is first. Shelter is first. Getting out of the guest room is the most important thing on my list right now. And then once I have an address, then I can figure out, like, my anxiety medication comes in 90-day prescriptions.
Good.
So for me, it wouldn't be a huge deal for me to go home once every 3 months for a weekend. You know what I mean? Fly home on a Friday night after the show.
Right.
Or even a Friday morning and do the show from Cleveland. Pick up my prescriptions, make sure that they're all ready at the same time. The one that is a little bit tricky is my my Vyvanse, which is Adderall, like it's essentially meth. Because
controlled substance.
It's a controlled substance, and they legally can't prescribe it over state lines or in more than 30-day quantities.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
And you can't fly with it?
No, you can fly with it. I just can't get it refilled here. So once I have an address, like I have 10 left. So on the 15th, and you can't get a refill before your 30 days are up because it's a controlled substance. So I have to have my appointment on the 15th, then they'll refill it, and I'll just have to wait to pick it up on the 27th when I get home to move all my stuff. But then after I actually get a place, then I'll have to like have Cleveland Clinic send my prescription to the new doctor and everything like that. But first and foremost, we're trying to find a place to live.
Yeah,
that isn't a garage.
I wasn't trying to be a dick. I was literally being serious because these are the things that I overthink things, and that's why I thought it was courageous for you to go, because that I just couldn't get out of my head stuff like that.
People figure
But
things
that comes
out.
that comes later. This is a
You
very
figure it
one
out.
step at a time.
Yeah.
You know, step one was, can I work here? Like, so really, if you want to talk about that, it would be like, can I work here? Yes. Okay. Where can I stay before I find a place to live? And then now it's, let's find a place to live. And then once I have my own address, then it's, okay, how do I
Make a
register my
life here,
car?
yeah.
How do I find a doctor? How do I, then that all kind of settles in.
Step by step.
I won't be settled in until summer, with everything in place. But that's fine.
And what a summer that'll be.
Summer of Mayor.
Summer of George. It'd be
Oh my
great.
God.
You're sitting there eating a hunk of cheese.
The place I looked at today, the one that I really, really liked that was in the heart of Astoria, was across the street from the exterior that they used as George's parents' house in Seinfeld.
Oh, yeah.
The realtor told me that. He goes, see the house right there? He goes, that's George's parents' house. I said,
You're like,
"No way."
oh, is that supposed to be a selling point or just a side
little bit
note?
of trivia.
Or sure.
So I thought you might enjoy that. You're a big Seinfeld fan.
Huge.
So there you go.
Yeah. Is
If
the
I
screen
can-
door still on it, or did Kramer take that?
Oh, I didn't pay enough attention.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, good.
So that's how the apartment hunting is going now. I
Well,
have one more to see tomorrow.
and the
then-
added wrench being thrown in of your friend being slightly inflexible. That's
Not
fun.
inflexible, just picky. She's like, I feel like I'm going to nitpick every place. And I've explained to her several times, you can't do that.
Well,
I feel like you just can't.
In this business, I have moved a lot. I've been in Cleveland for a while because I've made it worth my while to stay here. But I've moved a lot and lived in a lot of cities. And the thing is, you just find a place. And you live there for a year
And that's what
until
I said,
you get
too.
a sense of the city and everything else, and you go, but that first year you usually end up living in the whatever place was available, right?
Well, and that's what I said. I was like, we're not buying a house. Like this is a place where we're going to sign a 1-year lease. This is like experimental.
You could
for
live
both
in
of us.
squalor for a year.
Yeah, and I told her that. I was like, this is experimental for both of us. Like, if we sign this lease, we might not even like living in the city in 6 months, So the fact that maybe this doesn't have an updated kitchen, I don't think
Right,
is that
who
big of a
cares?
deal,
Right. Does the microwave work?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Is the gas on? Is there heat? Like those
And
are the
not
things I'm worried
leaking.
about.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you seen any big rats yet, like walking on the streets?
I have not seen a single rat yet. Tons of pigeons. Pigeons are everywhere. They're crazy too.
There's that
They
one
don't-
lady that
They
hangs
don't
out
give
with
a
them.
F, man. Those pigeons will land on you. They don't care. But I have not seen any rats yet.
Yeah, well, we got pigeons on Euclid Avenue.
Yeah.
You're
but there's a lot of
gonna
them
have
here.
rats you can ride out there.
Yeah,
That's
I haven't
exciting.
seen any.
Mhm.
So the place I'm staying right now with my friend who's a comic, she's married, so I'm staying with a married couple. Their sink in their kitchen stopped draining, and I get home from the apartment hunt this morning. I was gone from 8 in the morning until like 12:30, and I get back to kind of change my clothes and get ready to come to radio, and the apartment is torn apart. And I was like, what is going on? She goes, apparently when they redid the pipes, they used 2 different size pipes.
Sure.
So they connected like a 2-inch pipe to a 1.5-inch pipe. So they have to take out all of the pipes in their unit, and they had to rip out the ceiling in the unit below them to replace the pipes that are in between the 2 units. So she's like, we thought maybe the drain was clogged, but apparently this is going to be like a weeks-long process.
New York, like, so
Yeah.
these people are just like, not the people you're living with, but whatever contractors did that, they just cut corners because they're like, just trying to get it done as quick as possible.
As quick as
Quick
possible,
and
or
cheap,
they
yeah.
just didn't have the 2-inch pipes.
Wow.
So
So
they
they go,
were
"Hey."
just like, screw it, we
Yeah.
have the 1.5, we'll just use that.
We'll deal with it later.
Yeah.
It'll drain for now.
And now 6 months later, the poor people downstairs have their ceiling ripped out. I was like, oh
God.
man, dude, that
Well, you don't have to
sucks.
worry about it until it becomes a problem. It's not a
Right.
problem until it becomes a problem. Well, that's all right. Well, listen, the Greek mob runs everything in Astoria. So if you should
Dude.
cuddle up to some Akazakises and some Usamusases,
Well,
you'll
you
be
know
fine.
Nick.
Yeah,
The Greek food in Astoria is off the charts.
of course. They're all fronts.
So good, dude.
You said they're
There's a
all
little
fronts.
bakery right at the end of the street that is like the pastries and the cakes, and oh, it's so good.
Baklava, as far as the eye can see.
Baklava's so good. It's all so good.
I've got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. If you don't, it is still 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of The Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Don't give up on us, baby. Don't make the wrong seem right. The future isn't just one night. It's written in the moonlight. Painted on the stars. We can't change our...
I bet somebody's parents were into this song when it was a big deal at the time. I was a kid. You ever heard this song, Don't Give Up on Us?
No.
This is a #1 song for like 2 months in the 70s.
I think this was on one of my dad's CDs he ordered off
I
the
bet
TV.
it was. I was
Like,
thinking
you know,
of
it
Bill's
said
mom, but she doesn't
smooth
like music.
70s.
No, she don't.
Yeah. He
She don't
had
do
like the
music.
one. You remember the ones you'd wake up to at 3 a.m. on the TV?
Oh, yeah.
Like smooth 70s R&B or whatever.
70s gold.
Yeah, he had all those, and this sounds like it was on one of those.
Don't Give Up on Us was a huge, huge hit. The guy who sang it was named David Soul, and he was an actor. He was at the height of his powers because he was on a show called Starsky and Hutch, which they remade maybe 15 years ago. Terrible, terrible film version with Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson. It had all the makings of something that should have been great, but it was awful. But David Soul died. He and the first celebrity deaths I saw of 2024, David Soul and the girl who was in Mary Poppins, some British actress, I think. But David Soul, this guy back in the day, partied hard. Now, you know, obviously people don't like to speak ill of someone when they die, so everybody is like, he was such an inspiration or whatever, but this guy was always getting picked up for like punching his wife or drunk driving, or so this guy had a really kind of checkered career. But Starsky and Hutch was a huge, huge television show in the 70s. So David Soul, who I think was pretty ill over the years because he had kind of turned his liver into beef jerky, and he was, I think he was Hutch. Wasn't David Soul Hutch? Yeah, he was Ken Hutchinson. And then the guy who played David Starsky was named Paul Michael Glaser. He's still alive, but David Soul is dead. I don't know if Paul Michael Glaser ever had any albums, but this song from David Soul was a big, big deal. David Soul also played Jerry Springer when they had that Jerry Springer. They did Jerry Springer the Opera in London some years ago, and he played Jerry Springer.
What a weird thing.
Well, I know. I mean, you've got to cobble a career together. I mean, when you peak in the 70s, for Christ's sake, I mean, you got to do something. But, you know, this was back when, and it was strange because you would have television shows where the actors would want to do albums, which seems strange, you know, kind of currently, but it stands to reason that somebody who's talented in one way might be talented in another, right? People are still kind of blown away when actors can sing or vice versa. But you figure, you know, I mean, if you're trying to get a gig, you want to be you're in showbiz. You want to do one or the other. Like when Miami Vice was huge, Don Johnson put an album out. And then the guy that was on Miami Vice with him, the guy that played Tubbs, was an actor named Philip Michael Thomas. And his album was terrible, and it flopped. Don Johnson was smart in that he just loaded the deck with these amazing artists and writers and players, and so he had like a #1 album. But David Soul had this big old hit, but David Soul has died at 80. Doesn't say from what, but again, you're right. That is a song that would invariably be included on like Classic Gold. Now, I don't know if Huggy Bear is still alive. For people who do remember Starsky and Hutch, in the movie, Snoop Dogg played Huggy Bear. He was a guy with like, you know, glass pimp shoes or whatever. But the guy originally played Huggy Bear was an actor named Antonio Fargas, and I don't know if he's still around. I don't know if he's alive. But the other guy in Starsky and Hutch, Paul Michael Glaser, I remember he was in the news in the early 80s. I don't know if the show had been canceled by then, but his wife, his first wife, was one of the first. They were like the celebrities that put AIDS on the map. I probably could have phrased that better, but his wife, Elizabeth Glaser, got AIDS in like the very early 80s before people were really talking about it. They didn't know what was going on until a long time later. She had gotten a blood transfusion when she had their son. And then years later, mid-late 80s, his wife and his son start getting sick. And his daughter, too. So the wife and the two kids are getting sick, and they determined, by then people knew more about it.
Food poisoning.
AIDS.
Oh.
So their daughter dies. She's like 7. His wife dies. His son is still alive. His son's HIV positive. But I remember that vividly in the early 80s where Elizabeth Glaser was like the first big celebrity-adjacent thing before people were even really talking about AIDS. And they didn't even know what it was until years later.
It's good that he's optimistic, though.
That he's HIV positive? He's still alive. He's doing fine. But David Soul, and again, I don't know what he died from, but don't give up on us, baby.
Half full or half empty?
I don't know. Class half full or class half empty? It's a good way to look at it. Everybody is responding to the Cat Williams interview. Played you a little bit of it yesterday, and
there's so much. It's 3 hours long. I tried to watch some of it last night, and I was just like, it was just too much.
No, I just
to get into that Nate.
Pulled you some of the highlights yesterday, but yeah, because he's calling out Joe Rogan and calling out. But this is what Cat Williams does. But people invariably will also say Cat Williams has done some of the funniest crap I've ever seen in my life.
He's also done some really nice things. He paid for an old black lady actress's Hollywood Walk of Fame star. I just saw this.
Who was that? Who was the lady?
What was her name? Let me find my buddy. That
Esther Roll from Good Times?
Who was it? Her name is...
Cat Williams is from Cincinnati. I didn't realize that.
What is this lady's name? Melba. Who's Melba?
Melba Moore?
Melba Moore, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Singer, actress. All right. She had some big hits back in the day, too.
Yeah. He paid for her Walk of Fame star.
Wow.
He made
Good
it
for
happen.
him. Yeah, so, he said Joe Rogan doesn't want me on because he's trying to pimp these other comics who aren't funny or whatever. And Joe Rogan tweeted out, he's like, I would love to have Cat Williams on. Let's figure it out. I would love to have you on.
I was going to say, Joe Rogan gave Cat Williams props because they were talking about the time he went on with Wanda or like some show, I think it was in Atlanta or something like that, and he like dogged out the female co-host on there because she was like calling him out and talking about his hair. He was like, run one of your gnarled fingers through my hair and see if...
Yeah, he's just like a live wire.
He went off.
You don't know. You don't know where he's going to go. He's a wild card.
She quit after that. he embarrassed her so bad on her own show that she quit.
Oh,
and her
no.
husband allegedly like pulled a gun out on him. She could not be seen in public for months after
your
that.
Gnarled fingers.
She said, run one of your gnarled fingers through my hair and see what happens, bitch.
Man.
Like, you don't get Cat Williams on the radio live and then expect to, like, roast him because he will just pick you apart.
I don't know why people think... I don't know why people think they're going to get one over on professional comedians.
Who don't give a crap. He doesn't
Right.
And he's like... known for not holding back.
Right.
You just...
And he owns all his content,
You
too. so
think
he's
you're
not
going to
bought
do
by anyone.
better than him? Like, you're not going to... He's dealing with hecklers night after night after night. The worst thing you can do, and I think we're all funny people. This show has been on in this city, for 14 years. And that's not by accident. This isn't a charity organization here. We're all in our own way funny people. But the worst thing you can do is to think that you're going to be funnier than a guy like that who comes in to try to top a dude like that. You just got to step back and let him do his thing.
You set him up.
Set him up. Let him spike it over the net. So Joe Rogan was like, I'd love to have Cat Williams on. He spent most of the clips I played for you yesterday was him calling out Cedric the Entertainer and Steve Harvey and
pretty much all the black comics in
Well, he said that
LA.
he also said that P. Diddy offered him $50 million to like do him in a naughty place, and he was talking about he and Ludacris were invited to be in the Illuminati, and if they would pledge their allegiance. So on the one hand, he does all this wild, funny stuff. On the other hand, he's pretty wacky. He's got a lot of absurd things going on in his brain. Ludacris actually said that he did a little freestyle to let everybody know that he's not in the Illuminati.
See the pendulum swing, Jesus with diamond thorns, ludicrous, swaddled in Gucci linens when I was born. Never been Illuminati, only Illuminati, and I only left with bitches when coming from any party. Now I'm married with kids, the evolution of life.
The Illuminati. It's kind of whack. Anyway, I love what? No shout out to Jake from State Farm? See them Ludacris State Farm ads?
Is he in State Farm? I haven't seen
Yeah,
those ones,
where the people come home and the hose from their kitchen floor is covered in water because there's a hose that's flying around, and they go, "That's ludicrous." And then he pops up and he goes, "I'll tell you what's ludicrous." And then Jake from State Farm pops up, and Ludacris goes away.
I want his ass standing in my parking spot when I get home today, then do his job.
Jake or Ludacris?
Ludacris.
Standing in your parking spot.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're like, yo, I got you a car, homie.
Well, Ludacris, do you have State Farm?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Did you, a couple of people were texting me before when we were talking about your car. And they said that tell Poundcake to make sure that he asks for the diminished value reimbursement for his car. It's cash for the loss of the resale value. Anybody mentioned that?
No.
And you probably don't have rental coverage in your insurance either, because you could be driving around a rental car while they're fixing it.
No, I do. I just have it for a certain amount, and I didn't want to do it if I didn't need it.
But you need a car.
I need a car, like, if it was any longer, they said it was going to be, like, quick. So I didn't.
It's been like 2 weeks.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They always will tell you it's going to be
mean.
quick, and then it's a month. So you never know.
I understand.
Yeah,
that,
my car got hit a couple of years ago, and I drove a rental car for almost a month because it took that long for them to fix my car.
Yeah, I didn't think I needed one because one, it was over break, and I didn't want to it was just Christmas shopping. I didn't think it was like a necessity. So I was like, if it's any longer than that, and I have like errands to run, if I'm doing like weddings and stuff like that, then yeah, I would need one. But if I'm going back and forth to work, it's probably cheaper.
Bum a ride with Bill.
I can bum a ride with Bill, or I can Uber.
You can have heartfelt conversations.
Yeah, it would be cheaper to do that than go through the process. Like if I have one for a couple days, and then it's like, oh, your car's done. I'm like, damn it, go through that whole process. I only have it for a certain amount, and I don't know. I just don't know the ins and outs of that stuff. I've never had to get a rental before.
You've never had a rental car?
No.
Okay.
I've only had liability insurance for because all my other cars I bought with, straight out of pocket.
All right.
I had liability. Like, okay, you hit it, then you're just out of a car. No, we're not gonna just give you money for a car.
You're just out. Sorry, you're just out of a car. Is everybody feeling okay? Because it's 3:00. Are you feeling all right?
I feel great.
I'm tired.
Mary's tired. Poundcake, are you feeling okay?
I'm okay.
I came across a thing that said that 3:00 on the nose is the scientific afternoon slump that people feel. And I certainly don't want people feeling that during this broadcast. That 3:00 on the dot. Now, again, I don't know how they determine this scientifically. But for most people, I mean, this is not new news that people start to kind of, feel a little bit off in the afternoon. It's like post-lunch. They're ready to go home if they're kind of a 9-to-5-er. But that 3:00 is that afternoon slump. And on average, it lasts 29 minutes. So as long as everybody's feeling okay around here. I mean, Mary's tired because she's trying to figure out which garage she wants to live in. But
I should be sleeping 5 hours longer in the morning than I've been sleeping.
But just think about when you find a spot, then you will be sleeping
I was thinking about that.
longer.
I was thinking about that today. I was like, that's going to be incredible when I can just sleep until 11 again, get up, make my breakfast, come to work, go do my shows.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that I feel the afternoon slump. When I wake up before 10 or 11, I feel that afternoon slump. Got to get me a Red Bull, or that's usually when I take my medicine.
Having gone to bed when?
I usually am in bed by like 11 or 12.
Okay.
Last night, have you been able to sleep okay in this new place? Or
This is different because I've never slept in a place that has radiator heating. So the
bang,
room
bang, 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 bang.
that's constantly making noise, and the room is either freezing cold or 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
So I have,
Like, that's it.
Which you love. Yeah.
Well, I like it when it's warm, but like
Can have the
when
windows
the
open.
radiator when the radiator shuts off, that heat dissipates in a couple minutes.
Right.
So it's like on, off, on. It almost feels like you have the flu. Where like you're hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold all night.
So I have a radiator heater now. Like why does it make that noise? Why is it so loud? Because it does. It feels like like I hear the thumping on the floor.
It's like the metal expanding and contracting, right? Because there's
And
such huge swings in temperature.
It sounds like there's water in it.
There is water in it.
Yeah.
Is
Steam
there?
forced.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know.
It's whistling.
But yeah, it's got like it sounds like a
Mine doesn't do the clanking because I live in an old building too, so
Yeah.
it's that radiator heat. But it just it will do the whistling if it's, and so I'll just go and move the knob.
Yeah, because
and the
hot
whistling
water is
stops.
going through
Yeah.
it.
That's another reason why I didn't think that the police were like I thought I was dreaming when the police were knocking on my door because I was like, oh, it's probably just the radiator. I'm like, damn, this radiator's getting real loud. Doom, 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 doom.
Radiator.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, what is that thumping? It's really getting
Moved into the wrong spot.
Yeah.
That's the sound of the police.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I've been staying up. My daughter is still on vacation, and so since she doesn't have to go to school,
back to school?
Monday.
Ah.
But like I was off before. She still had a week of school when we went on break, and so it's kind of overlapping a little bit. So I've been up later just because she's up later, and it's just killing me.
Yeah.
I'm not, on school nights, I ain't going to bed at 11 o'clock at night. I'm in bed 9:30.
Yeah.
Get my sleep, get my beauty rest. But I'm
love
staying
sleep.
up late because she didn't have to go to school the next day, so she wants to stay up late.
That was me last
She's like
night.
hell bent on staying up late.
I made the mistake. I don't know what. Maybe my diet's changing, or like I'm getting back in the swing of things. I actually have stuff to do during the day. So last night by like 9:30, I was like so groggy. I'm like, bro, I am so tired. I think I could probably fall asleep right now. So like around 10 o'clock, I actually tried to fall asleep. I'm like, I could sleep probably mostly through the night. Let's see. I woke up at midnight. I was up all night. I slept for like 2
All night. Yeah.
I slept for 2 hours. I was like, this is not real. So then I
Go back to sleep at 6 a.m.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5, and I slept for a couple hours. I woke up again and tried to have some coffee. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So yeah, the getting back in the swing of things is like real. Like you have to put your sleep pattern back on. So I have to like fight no matter how tired I am. I have to like fight to stay up at least till like midnight.
I'll tell you what I'm loving are these, just as a general rule, because there's always one popping up somewhere, are the divorced celebrity thirst traps. I'm such a big fan of when these women get split up with their man and then they just post nonstop foxy pictures. We had Jeff Dye in here yesterday. He's still in town. He's doing hilarities with Bill this weekend. And he was with Kristen Cavallari, who used to be married to Jay Cutler.
Yes.
And when she divorced Jay Cutler, she posted she's not 22. She's like pushing 40. But in amazing shape, looks great.
She still looks young, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what she's from. She was on a reality show?
She was on Laguna Beach, and then she did The Hills for a little bit.
Okay.
So she's one of these reality TV
Gotcha.
broads.
I know of those shows. I never watched them, but she's from something like that. And so anyway, but when these people get divorced, they just post the women. When the wife is going back to being single, and Jeannie Mai was married to Jeezy for a while.
Correct.
And she's older. She's almost 50.
And she had a baby, I think.
She
as well.
looks awesome.
That's fake body.
And what?
Fake body.
Fake body?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like
she's keeping it tight.
She got a lot of work done, I think.
So what?
Fake
If that's the
boobs.
result, you're getting your money's worth. Why does everybody want their money's worth except when it comes to plastic surgery?
I didn't say she didn't get her money's worth.
You
I
said
just
fake body.
It is a fake body.
What's fake about it?
Because she
doesn't have big boobs, so those aren't fake. Unless they were uneven and she just wanted to shape them up.
I think
She's 45 years old.
She's get a breast lift, and then but like she got her body done, like most Hollywood women do.
Listen, man, the thirst trap is all about the end result, so I don't care how she got there. She looks great. And so, yeah, when these women are like, my man and I, we were splitting up or whatever. I don't know what the circumstances around their divorce, and I don't much care. But they were married for quite some time. But like goddamn clockwork, when these celebrity couples split up, the wife always posts. When Dre and his wife were splitting up, man. Because then they're like, yeah, check this out. I guess that's how you get the next guy. I don't know.
Yeah, this is what you're leaving.
Right, but at that point, the guy doesn't care. He knows what he had. It's not like he's never seen her in a swimsuit before. He knows. He's like, I don't care. I can't put up with you 1 minute more.
I want to see Bezos' wife's thirst trap now that she's divorced. She's like, yeah, this is what $38 billion would get you.
Oh, because she married that teacher.
Yeah, but then they got
divorced
in like a year.
Yeah. Yep. She's like, I need to be with a normal person. I'm done with Dr. Evil, and I need to be with a normal person.
He's like, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
and she
yeah,
met
do.
some dude, some teacher, Dan Jewett. It was a COVID marriage, and as soon as COVID was over, they were like, a lot of people did that. A lot of people had COVID relationships.
Now, obviously, they signed a prenup, but that doesn't mean he didn't get anything. How much do you think he got from that divorce?
You know how much I think he got? Nothing. I bet in a situation like that, why would he get anything? He's a teacher. He married Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. I could fully see a situation where he's like, I'll sign whatever you want me to sign. Why would she give him any money?
But I'm saying a prenup just means you agree on something before you get married. It doesn't mean you don't get anything. He might get spousal support.
Well, no, it depends on what's in the prenup. It means what the prenup means. Whatever you've designated in that prenuptial agreement. Some people say we go our separate ways and we leave with what we brought. Other people go, some of those celebrity prenups, they get really granular. They're like, if we're married for 10 years, you get $5 million. If we're married for 20 years, you get blah, blah, blah. If we're married for under 5 years, you get nothing. And if I'm this guy, she had been divorced for a little while when they got together, I guess. It wasn't like it was a rebound thing. But why would he get any money?
I don't know. But even if he, because it's just like nothing to her. Like, why would she not give him money? Like, even if he got
maybe
like
she did. I'm not saying I know nothing
a month.
about it. I'm just saying that I could see them just because she's one of the richest women on the planet doesn't mean she's gonna.
I know. She's like, I'm gonna give you $25,000 a month to leave me alone. Don't you dare ask me for more. I'd be like, okay. $25,000. You're a cruel woman giving me $25,000 a month.
But would you take? I mean the royal you, not you, Cody, because I know your answer. Back to the royal you. But I mean, Mackenzie Scott has $53 billion. Okay, that's her net worth, and she's donated about $5 billion. She gave money to the Cleveland Food Bank, wrote them a nice big check a couple years ago, and so she's dedicated to that kind of philanthropy. And gives billions of dollars away every year because when you have, $53 billion, you're not going to miss it. But if you were married for 2 years and then they go, it's not working out. Now, again, I don't know the circumstances around it. Let's assume it was amicable. Not working out. And she goes, I'll give you $1 million. Do you take it? You
don't want to fight.
She offers
if you're
you
like, screw it, just give me it. I don't want to do this. It depends on how much your time is worth to you, I think.
What do you? No, I'm just saying they split up, and she goes, "I'll give you $1 million."
Because the
Are you
lawyer's
saying
gonna take
versus suing for half?
No, not even that. He would have no standing to sue for half. They were married for like 2 years.
It's like, do you take what she gives you or fight?
She'd been married to Jeff Bezos when before the guy got
take
his
it.
hair plugs and
But you guys think the lawyer's gonna take what, 40%? So
that's just take what she offers you. Be like, here, under the table.
Huh.
And then taxes are going to take half that. So
I'm not even talking about taxes. You're barely married to her. And she goes,
says,
I'll give you
$1 million.
Here's $1 million. You
Get
take
out of my
that?
life.
Not even get out of my life. You've already decided to split. Do you say, I'll take the $1 million? You go, no, thank you. Have a great life. It would feel weird. I know it's $1 million.
I'm taking the money.
Okay. It would feel really weird. You're with someone, she got half of her husband's money because she was with him before he was anything, and they were married for 25 years. But then you marry a guy for 2 years. And you go, yeah, I'll take that money. I mean, $1 million is nothing to her, granted. And it would be a lot to him. But just on principle, you take it?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill?
Yeah.
All right. I'm not even saying yes or it's right or wrong. I'm just curious. It feels like it was like such a cup of coffee as a relationship. Like
So
if you had dated someone for 2 years, it would be kind of the same. They didn't have kids. They'd be like, all right, it didn't work out. See you later. It just so happens that she's a multi-billionaire.
Which is
and they got
exactly the
married.
point. I guess to put it in perspective, if I was married to someone for 2 years and they were like, hey, here's 15 grand, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take that money. That's my starting over money.
Because she filed for divorce after 1 year, and there was no mention of a prenup. So they were, I guess, legally married for 2 years, but after 1 year.
But he knows he doesn't have money to fight her on it.
Right.
He doesn't. She's got so many more resources that if he were to even try to go for half, he would be drained in court.
Right.
So take what you're offered and have a happy life. Go marry another teacher with 30 years of your salary.
Yeah. I got a break here. I will have those tickets if you want to go see The Devil Wears Prada. They're on the Metalcore Dropouts Tour, and that's going to bring them to Cleveland in a few weeks. January 21, they're going to do the House of Blues around the corner here. It's brought to you by 2 Hours to Midnight, our metal show. So you want to go see them and some other bands they're bringing with them, I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
Giving stuff away.
All right, I want to go see The Devil Wears Prada. They're on the Metalcore Dropouts Tour, presented by 2 Hours to Midnight. Devil Wears Prada and Fit for a King. Special guest Counterparts and Avoid. It's a good lineup. House of Blues, end of the month, Sunday, January 21st, if you want to go. LiveNation.com's got all the details for you. Last pair of tickets here for you. If you are caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers at home tonight. Second of 2 against the Washington Wizards. They got 39 points over on them the other night. 140-101. I can't believe the Wizards broke 100 points, quite frankly. The way they've been playing.
That was a night when
not playing.
The average score was 124 points in the NBA. Like the average across, I think there was like 20 games. There was a ton of games. Yeah, that's a lot.
No, I could probably do that.
No, you can't.
I have points.
No, you have 2 points.
The Cavs will play the Wizards tonight. The Romo Fijo. That's a 7:30 start. Want to get all the pregame action on the Buzzard. That starts at 7 o'clock. But they're home for a bit. Playing the Spurs, playing the Nets. The Bulls are in town on Monday. My Chicago Bulls, by the way, the only
Spurs on Sunday. Wembanyama.
The Bulls, the only logo in the NBA that has never changed.
It's a great logo.
Yep.
I'll give the Bulls that. Great logo.
And you turn it upside down, you got that robot crab.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fun, too.
Robot banging the crab. Speaking of logos, our friend Jeff Dye is in town, and he wants a Chief Wahoo Indians hat.
Right.
You can't. They're doing the renovations over at Jacobs Field or Progressive Field. Can't get in there and get one, even if they even sell them anymore. I'm not sure.
I'm sure they're not in the team shop.
I think
No.
they were
Chief
for a while.
Wahoo?
Are they gone?
No, they took all that out.
Yeah, they had to
Well,
have.
for a while
When
they had
did
it in
the
there.
revamp, not after they became the Guardians.
No, when they because I went there the day that they opened the shop as the Guardians when the new sign fell, and they still had all that stuff. They was just over in like a different corner.
Wasn't that preseason though?
Yeah, that was. So I don't know if they still have that anymore. But regardless, that shop's not open. So if anybody has one that's like new, Jeff Dye is trying to get one, and he will buy it from
You can buy them on Amazon.
Yeah, but he wants to wear it in town. 7.5. Yes.
You get the overnight shipping.
I have. Well, you'd have to go dig it out of my storage unit. I have like 5, but they're like kid sizes.
Yeah,
he
he's
probably
got a
won't
big
fit
head.
in them.
Yeah.
I
He can
have
wear
one-
a kid's shirt, but he can't wear a kid's hat.
I have one that's like super generic with an adjustable back, but it's like cheap. It's like a
Yeah.
Walmart one that's just blue with a Chief Wahoo on it. But I bought one of my favorite baseball caps I've ever had. I bought it spring training the year before they changed to the Guardians, but it's like really cool. It's the one that's got like the reflective sea and then a Chief Wahoo on top of it.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I have
oh,
a
this is
Chief
stupid.
Wahoo from when they're in the World Series, so it's got the World Series patch on the side, but it's not big enough for his. He's got a pretty big head. He's got 7.5. I think mine's like 7.38. So he might be able to squeeze into it, but he wants one. But I'm not going to give him that either. That's mine.
He should go to one of the rally houses. I bet they're still selling them.
Oh yeah, there is a
thrift store.
There's one in Parma. There's one in
There's
Fairview
one.
Park.
They put one right over here on.
That's what I'm saying. There's one
Yeah.
on on the east side here on 9th.
Yeah. Well, it's over there on what's that little where the winking lizard
Huron?
was. Huron, yeah, I think it's that little one that goes in front of the parking garage in Romo Fijo. He said
Oh,
he was
get in
walking around
there.
looking for it, but I don't know if he went over there or not. I'll tell him to go check over there, but I don't know if they have that either, though.
Okay.
They have a lot more Buckeye stuff than Guardian stuff.
Well, listen, while
Or
we're on
Indian.
the subject of sports memorabilia, if anybody can hook me up with a Ricky Rubio Jazz jersey,
I'm sure they're out there.
Let me know. Well, because Ricky Rubio, he's most recently a Cavalier, of course, but he's having a tough time, and so he just said, I'm going to retire. But he played for a handful of teams. He played for almost a decade and a half. And this guy, he played with some really, really good people. He was playing with Pete Maravich on the Jazz. He was playing with Barkley on the Suns.
No.
He was doing some amazing things. I'm sorry?
No, those all.
Bill,
very
he's been
retired.
in the league for a long time,
Yes,
all
but
right?
those
I know what
guys
I'm talking
have
about.
all been retired for 30 years.
He played, nevertheless.
Pete
that's
Maravich
what's so
retired
amazing.
in the 70s.
That's what's so amazing that he was playing with them. He played with Steve Nash on the Suns.
No.
Just an amazing.
He was in the league when Steve Nash was in the league.
Of
so that one
course he
actually
was.
Makes,
Of course, he played with Baron Davis on the Cavaliers. It was very, very.
So frustrating.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just excited for him to begin because he's a young man.
When I was driving to work with Poundcake, I think Wednesday, when I gave Grandma her Christmas present, maybe it was yesterday, I was like, so I got Grandma that Brian Sipe jersey, and Poundcake goes, Alan probably still thinks he plays for the Browns.
I think what?
That Brian Sipe still plays for the Browns.
No, I didn't even know Brian Sipe was still alive.
He's
No, I knew he played for the Browns.
But he thought he was still on the team.
I see. He was doing the bit.
He was doing the bit
in the car.
In the car.
All right.
Yeah.
No. I know it's Tim Couch. I'm no dummy. I like that they have retired Shaq's number with the Magic. This guy never left the 30s. Every team he played for, his jersey number was in the 30s. When he was here in the Cavs, he was number 33. When he played for the Lakers, he was number 34. He was 32 on the Magic. And they do that show over there on TNT where it's him and Barkley and who? Kenny? And they had the guy from the Magic call in and tell him that they were going to retire his jersey. I can't believe they hadn't already retired his jersey. When you've played for that many teams, does it matter that they're retiring your jersey? Do you care?
I think you always appreciate the sentiment of it, of course.
Huh.
You took us all the way to the NBA Finals, and it's finally time to put that number up in the rafters. So congratulations on behalf of all of us. We look forward to having you here in Orlando to celebrate.
Boy, that'll make you feel old. I remember when Shaq was in college, and he was the second coming for the NBA. They're like,
man,
this kid, Shaquille O'Neal, you're never going to believe what this kid can do from Newark, New Jersey. Oh, my God, this kid, Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq was a force. When he came to the league, it was Jordan and it was Shaq. Those were all that were talked about. And then him and Anthony Hardaway together were really, really good.
He was in Blue Chips. Remember that movie, Blue Chips, with Nick Nolte?
Yeah. Anthony Hardaway was also in that
And Fernie Hardaway was.
And Lil Penny. Oh, I love Lil Penny.
Yeah.
Chris Rock, young Chris Rock voicing Lil Penny.
All right.
But that Magic team was very good. They never won a championship, but they were incredibly talented. And their players were real young, and Horace Grant was on that.
Yes,
team
he
that
was.
Went to the finals. Yeah.
Horace Grant, who ended up having to leave the Chicago Bulls because
they couldn't pay him.
But also just rumors about his extracurricular activities. Got to the point where Horace Grant was like, they can't pay me, and I got to get the hell out of Chicago because I'm being accused of things, of ruining people's lives. And it turned out he couldn't find anybody to properly wash his goggles. So that was a big deal, too. He had somebody on payroll for the longest time. My friend's cousin was Horace Grant's
goggle washer.
Goggle washer. That's right. So some people tell me that Rally House doesn't sell a Chief Wahoo. Other people say, I was at the one here, and I'm almost certain they still have Chief Wahoo. I would imagine if you're selling licensed things like that, though, once the team goes to the lengths that the Guardians went to kind of clear everything out.
Also,
You're
I
probably
think
not going to find
they put all that stuff on clearance and people
scooped them up.
Scooped it up. So I'm just wondering if anybody out there has one that is like new or new that's a 7.5 that Jeff Dye can rock.
I like the people who are still digging in their heels on Chief Wahoo. They won't give it up. They want you to know how angry they are. There's a guy that lives not far from me where his front porch is all Chief Wahoo Guardian stuff. Half of it
Indians.
looks... Huh?
That's Indians. That's
sorry,
not Guardians.
Yeah, sorry. I'm so used to saying Guardians
I know.
now. First few months, we kept calling them the Indians, and now I'm going the other way. But he's got it looks like he's got handmade Chief Wahoo wooden rocking chairs on his. He's got a giant Chief Wahoo flag. He really, really wants you to know how angry he is. I guess that's the emotion involved. He has an unhealthy relationship with Chief Wahoo.
What's his childhood, Alan?
People that have the Chief Wahoo tattoos. I mean, you're not going to do anything with that. I get it. But this guy, I don't even know who it is, but when I walk my dog, sometimes I'll walk past his house. I'm like, wow, that guy really, really wants you to know. Because there's people walking by, putting their noses in the air over Chief Wahoo. This guy doesn't care. He wants them to know, even if they don't know who he is.
Well, Alan,
he's
the
not
important thing
alone.
to remember, it doesn't, he's not even offended by it. So he can't imagine how other people could be.
Hey, how could you be I talked to a Native American guy and he said he didn't care. And a lot of them don't care. That's the truth. You can still get 800 different variants of Chief Wahoo at Progressive Field. I don't know what that means. In the team shop? Probably not.
Well, the team shop's closed right now, and he's only in town till tomorrow.
Right, I just mean in general.
Yeah, so there's, he's... And he knows he can order one on Amazon. He just wants one while he's in town.
Right. Hello?
Who's this? I can barely hear you. Why is the music different?
What? I'm getting back to my roots.
Italian?
Yeah, is this is this Mozgov?
This is your friend Timothy Mozgov, Bill. My phone is terrible. I'm sorry.
It's really bad.
It's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm calling from overseas.
Yeah.
I have to use calling card. I had to call collect.
What's up? How you doing?
I heard they retired Shaq's number, Bill.
Yeah, they did.
You know they also retired Mozgov's number.
I did not hear about
Hang
that.
from rafters, Bill. They hang from rafters.
Your number.
My number, that's right.
Did you even ever actually
Can
play?
you hear me? The phone's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Terrible,
It's
yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. Oh,
Can
no,
you
no.
hear me, Bill? The phone's terrible.
I don't know. Maybe we
Hello?
lost you.
Hello?
Maybe we lost you. I don't know.
Okay, I still hear you, Bill. Right?
Okay. Well, that's cool that they retired your number. I never heard them retire your number. I don't even think you played an actual game with the Magic.
That's why it's so amazing they retired my number. They hang right next to Shaq.
Oh, okay. And they had a big ceremony for
Big
you?
ceremony, that's right.
Again, it didn't seem that big because it never actually, happened.
What?
I don't think that happened.
It did happen, Bill. What? Do you think I lied to you? Of course it happened, Bill.
I mean...
They call me, they go, "Is this Mozgov house?" I said, "Yes." "We want to retire your jersey." I said, "I don't know what that means." "We hang from rafters next to Shaq." I said, "That's amazing."
So they are...
I'm between Shaquille O'Neal and Horace Grant.
And what number did they retire?
6.
You never wore that.
What? They didn't tell me that, Bill. They said that they retired my number, Bill.
I think they forced you into retirement.
Hello? Can you... Hello?
All right.
Can you
no, I can't buy myself.
I don't ask for much around here. some
But
working-
international calls should work.
Well, they're just terrible.
Yeah.
I just ask for some working effects. I don't think that's too much to ask. Evidently it is, but I do like this music. Sounds like Moscow's calling from underseas, not overseas. Somebody. Well, yeah, what do you want? I don't know. Poundcake takes the calls. Blame him. He's the one back there screening the calls. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, you want to get one of them Chief Wahoo caps? Hit up, Jeff Dye needs one, so hit Bill up. What size again for his head?
7.5.
Is that
Giant.
big?
Pretty
I have
big.
no
Is it?
idea.
You have an idea?
I said I have no idea.
Oh.
I know I have to buy children's hats.
Yes.
I have a very small head.
I mean, it's not like the biggest. I think 8's the biggest, but 7.5 is on the larger size. Like I usually wear like a 7 3/8.
I don't know what hat size I am. I usually end up getting one size fits all caps, and it seems to work. You got to know your hat size?
I mean, if you wear the official fitted hats, yeah.
Well, I always get all my caps, they just say one size because I like the fitted caps. I don't like the ones with the strap in the back. I want it to be closed, you know? I don't like the adjustable strap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care for that. That's for anybody who's thinking about buying me a cap, just so they know. I got to go to a break here, but I'm looking at my screen here, and it says Donnie, our old intern, is on hold.
Oh, my goodness.
Remember Donnie?
Yeah.
God, we haven't talked to him in 100 years.
Been a very long time.
Can you stay on hold for a few minutes?
Hey, Donnie.
Yeah.
Can you hold on? I got to go to a break.
Yeah, I can hold on.
Hold on.
All right, we'll be back.
I definitely don't want to miss the update from Donnie. We haven't talked to him since we've been in the new studios.
I don't think so, no.
Wow. And a while before that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, then we'll catch up with him coming back. I'll have Monsters hockey tickets for you a little bit later on. Even further than that, it's going to be the first Bill Squire Friday Get Down of 2024, as it is a Friday. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Let's go to the fart authority. Rover's Morning Glory.
And Alan Cox.
I'm no elitist. I'm no snob.
Your FM home of the Cavaliers. This is Cavaliers guard Donovan Mitchell on 100.7 WMMS.
Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Kay McBrayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and Avengers. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes.
She provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court.
Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Keep trying, keep striving, keep chasing your dreams. And when you're ready to take that next step, come to Cuyahoga Community College. Gain in-demand job skills or earn a transfer-friendly degree. We can even help you launch your own business. And Tri-C won't slow you down. So don't stop. Keep moving forward to better skills, a better job, and a better life. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Classes begin January 16th. Visit tri-c.edu.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
At the all-new
new Kia of Bedford. Buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. Qualifying vehicles come with a complimentary lifetime engine warranty, and KOB wants to get you financed. At KiaBedford.com, get pre-approved in minutes without impacting your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. With approved credit, deferred payments applied to remainder of financing. Wait for cruise during no payment period. See dealer for details.
Happy New Year from Cleveland State. Ring in 2024 with Viking basketball at the Wolstein Center. For $20.24, get close to the action and save over $10 with 2 lower-level game tickets to men's basketball on Sunday, January 7th in their Horizon League Championship rematch with Northern Kentucky at 4 p.m. Or come cheer on Viking women's basketball on Saturday, January 6th when they take on Youngstown State at 1 p.m. Pick your seats and get your tickets at CSUVikings.com.
At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Here's to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Hey, trailblazing business owners, tired of blending into the background? It's time to turn up the volume and make your mark with a podcast that screams, "We're here, and we mean business." Podcast Plus gives your brand the opportunity to join the podcast revolution. It's time to show that you and your company are the experts by creating engaging content that captivates and entertains. Head to mynewpodcast.com and connect with experts to create a podcast that will allow you to connect with your audience on a personal level, so you can break through all the noise. Plus, we offer professional script writing, pre- and post-production, graphic design experts for a captivating page, and distribution on all major platforms. All this produced from our state-of-the-art studios. Sign up today at mynewpodcast.com, or for more information and to get a free consultation with a podcast expert, call 888-324-0035. That's 888-324-0035. Enhance your brand with your own podcast today and reach new clients 24/7. Call 888-324-0035. That's 888-324-0035. Or sign up now at mynewpodcast.com.
Saturday, January 6th is University Hospital's Rainbow Babies and Children's Night with the Cleveland Monsters. The Monsters take on the Rochester Americans at 7 o'clock in special theme jerseys designed in part by patients at UH Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital. Be a part of this special night for children and healthcare heroes. Tickets are on sale now at clevelandmonsters.com.
The game's on tonight.
Finds Allen, and Allen hammers it home.
Jared Allen and the Cavs face off with the Washington Wizards for the second straight game in downtown Seatown. Tonight at 7, beginning with Cavaliers Live on Bally Sports or streaming in the app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay,
That's BABBEL.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 want to send me a text. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, you can thank Nanar Bedinar for assisting. Thank you so much. Next week on the show, I will have passes for you for a whole bunch of shows coming through. The 20th anniversary tour for the band Say Anything. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai are going out on a co-headlining run. That's going to be April out at MGM Northfield Park. The Set It Off is the band on the Deathless tour, the House of Blues in March. And then a show that I can't tell you about yet because they haven't announced it yet. But when they announce it, Monday morning, I'll have tickets for you Monday afternoon.
Mary Santora's Coming Home show at Hilarities.
Couldn't find a place to live.
JK.
Couldn't find a place to live. My car got stolen. My boyfriend broke up with me. I'm coming home.
Cody stole my boyfriend, and Yuka stole my car.
I'm coming home. Play that dumb Daughtry song over your montage.
I love that song.
Oh, of course
Daughtry.
you do.
Wow, that was a good song.
It was.
Whatever.
He came out at the perfect time where American Idol was huge, and so was like Nickelback was having their heyday. And he sounds
American
just like
Idol
them.
needed a rock act to do well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I was obsessed with him.
So you were obsessed with Chris Daughtry.
I thought he was so hot. He wore guy liner, dude. That was heavy in my
bald with guy
discovering
liner. Yeah.
Guy liner phase.
Yeah. All right. So Donnie has been on hold. Donnie, what's going on? Donnie's our old intern here on the show. He was with us many years ago, and he used to check in relatively frequently. And I got to tell you, Donnie, it wasn't that long ago where I was thinking to myself, I hope Donnie's okay because we haven't heard from you in a long time.
It's been a very long time.
How are you still in North Carolina?
I'm still in North Carolina. Haven't moved. No longer at the beach anymore. I moved to Charlotte.
Okay, Charlotte's a fine town. It's a fun city.
Fun city. Things are on the up and up.
Yeah. What do you? So how have you been? Where have you been?
Well, I traveled through North Carolina for a while. I left the beach and just went all over the state, I guess, for a little bit.
Spend any time in Asheville? I have relatives in Asheville.
No, I never stopped in Asheville. A lot of time in Lumberton.
Okay, Lumberton. All right. Now, what precipitated the move? Are you keeping your nose clean? What started this whole walk the earth like Kane in Kung Fu?
Well, I fell back off the wagon.
Okay.
A couple years ago.
Yeah.
And I just packed my truck up and said, I'm going all over the state. I met this Lumbee girl and just started, I don't know. Dude, I have no idea what happened for like 2 years, to be honest.
Well,
was this during the pandemic?
I was going to say, that's about as long as it feels like it's been. Was it pandemic induced?
Yeah.
All I know about Lumberton, North Carolina is that's where the movie Blue Velvet was set. I don't know if they shot it there. Remember Blue Velvet? It was set in Lumberton, North Carolina. You said you met a Lumbee girl. That means she's from Lumberton?
Yeah. The state recognizes them as a Native American tribe, but the government of the United States doesn't. So they're like in-betweens, I guess. I don't know what you call them.
Really?
I just call them Lumbees.
Oh, the Lumbee tribe is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought that was like local shorthand for a girl from Lumberton. You're talking about the actual Lumbee tribe.
Actual Lumbee tribe, yeah.
Gotcha.
But after the pandemic, I got my stuff together. I got my own apartment. I've been staying in Charlotte. I have not been successful at stand-up comedy. Nobody likes my stories. They all think I'm a psychopath.
I didn't even know that. Did we know he was doing stand-up comedy?
We did not know that.
No, that you're dropping that on us right now, Donnie.
Yeah, I've been trying, but everybody just thinks, oh, my God, this guy's just...
Well, there's
no way his stories are true.
Well, not only that, but I mean, there's plenty of psychos in stand-up. All you got to do is figure out a way to make people laugh at them, and you can be telling those stories.
Yeah.
Well, give us one of your stories. Like, give us a story that I can air. That you would pretend you're trying out some new material. What's a story you're telling?
I can't think of one off the top of my head. That's why I suck at stand-up comedy.
Okay, but were they like long, rambling anecdotes? I mean, did you have jokes throughout? The thing with telling long stories is it's got to be a lot of jokes.
No, it's not a lot of jokes. It's just half of them. You really can't talk. I mean, I don't know. It's just not good stuff. That's why.
Okay, but I mean, you want a lot of jokes if you're going to do stand-up.
I know.
Yeah. All right.
So things are going good.
Well, that's good. Okay.
Right now, I am working in the apartment complex industry.
Now, are you working where you live?
Stealing copper pipe?
Yeah.
He's stripping construction sites of copper. But are you the guy? Are you the super?
No, I am a maintenance technician.
Maintenance.
So if your toilet doesn't flush, I come to your apartment and I fix your toilet.
You probably don't have any contacts in New York City, do you?
I don't have any in New York City, no. Yeah. Sorry, Mary.
So you're working at an apartment complex in Charlotte.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. I mean, Charlotte's a nice spot.
Hey, it's a nice spot. I mean, we had, a mass shooting New Year's Eve. Things are...
Yeah, well, it is America.
Things are looking good.
Yeah. So do you live there for free then because you're employed by the place?
Heck no, I don't get to live here for free.
All right, I don't know.
This is expensive, man.
Okay, but so it's like an upscale place then. It's like a nice apartment complex.
Yeah, it's I'm not going to say the name of where it is, but yeah, it's a very nice place. It's brand new. Hey, if you want Donnie to fix your stuff, this is where I live.
Yep. Does it have like Pines or Lake or Windy in the name or things like that or estates?
No, actually, you can never. Actually, you almost got it.
Estates, Windy Pine Estates.
Nope, just Homestead.
Homestead
Very
Estate.
Boring.
Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, so you're working there. That's good. How long have you been there?
October.
Since
so
October. Okay.
How long have you been back on the wagon?
Well, I'm back on the wagon now for about 2 years.
That's great.
Good for you.
Congrats.
Did the Lumbee girl go with you to Charlotte, or was that where she already was?
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
We were like Bonnie.
Now we're getting some.
So we were like Bonnie and Clyde.
We've gotten the pleasantries out of the way. Bonnie and Clyde, really? You guys were tearing ass through North Carolina, tearing things up?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I did maybe a couple weekends in jail and...
Well, when you fell off the wagon, because you've struggled not just with alcohol, but with some other drugs, did you fall completely off or like, and are you completely clean?
Oh, no, I fall completely off.
Okay.
When Donnie goes, he goes hard. You got to give
Yeah.
him that. When he goes all the way, whether it's a girl, whether it's drugs, whether it's, he doesn't do anything half-assed, whether it's fixing your pipes at the homestead. He's in there, man. He's doing it. So the girl is still with you or no?
No, she's actually in prison.
Okay, because was this something that the two of you did together and you just escaped the long arm of the law or what?
No, I ditched her, and then I was like, I took a deep breath. You got to take a reset button, and I said, man, I really got to get this under control.
So you didn't say, so there was no, I'll wait for you. There was nothing like that. What did she go in for?
Robbing a bank.
Robbed a bank. This is when you were with her or after you had already split up?
No, I've left her alone. I did not want anything else to do with her. I checked myself into a place, and I was like, I need a reset button because things are going out of control.
Right.
Way too quick.
Right. So at what point when you guys start dating, you meet this girl and start dating her, at what point, I have to think that she initially asked you to help her do that.
No, I actually met her at a rehab.
Oh, you did? Okay. At a rehab facility.
Yeah, and it was like one of those where male and females both can be there at the same time kind of place.
Yep. But those but like historically those never end well, right? Like when you meet people in rehab, that's already like a very emotionally charged situation, right?
Yeah, and I knew it right from the get-go. As soon as I saw her, I said, she's my ticket out of here. She had a car. She had money.
Yeah.
So I figured,
well, yeah, she's robbing them
races.
banks. Yeah, of course she got money. It's like blue dyed hundreds popping out of her pockets. So was she your ticket out of there?
Oh, she was my ticket out of there. And we had a good couple months run, I guess.
So you guys,
crazy.
Donnie, you guys busted out of rehab, or is that something where you can just check yourself out?
No, well, see, the thing is you check yourself in, and I told them, hey, look, me and this girl, we're leaving, and they say no, change of plans, you're not leaving together. And I said, yes, we are. I'm getting my stuff, and I'm leaving. So they made us wait like 2 hours in between leaving, but she waited for me, and they made it a huge deal. Like they made it a huge deal.
Okay. And so how long?
But we got out of there.
So you guys get out of there, and you're tearing ass across North Carolina, just to see the state, or you're getting into trouble along the way. You're getting into bar fights along the way, or what?
No bar fights. I'm not a fighter.
You're a lover, not a fighter.
Well, I mean, her house was paid by the Lumbee tribe.
Gotcha.
So that's why I thought, this is my meal ticket. I found somebody I could just...
Oh, you were looking for somebody to, get your hooks into and sponge off of for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And then she decides, I'm going to go... At what point does she say, I'm going to go rob a bank?
When she started getting bad on that one stuff again.
Meth?
Bath salts.
Yeah.
Bath salts.
I don't know.
I know, you're right. You could spin the wheel. Meth. So she's a tweaker, and she goes, I'm going to go rob a bank.
Yeah, and that's when I got a hold of my sister, who at the time was working for a drug and rehab place. I said, Sophia, I need your help.
Well, that's the hardest call to make, right? But at least you had a contact, like your own family you could go to.
Yep, I got out of there.
That ain't that bad.
And then, and so you got into, you call your sister, you get into a facility, and do you hear that your ex is in prison, or are you following along, or how does that play out?
No, it was just like a random moment. I was just on my phone, and I had notifications for Lumberton County Sheriff's Office, just to see who gets arrested or whatnot.
Yeah.
And it popped up on my phone.
Wow. But nobody called you or hit you up to act as some kind of character witness for her or anything like that?
No, thank goodness.
Right. All right, so so how long did she...
2 years.
Go ahead.
No, for 2 years, yeah, it was pretty crazy for 2 years, I'm not going to lie.
It sounds like it. So how long did she get? She's still in there, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Did she ever hit you up like, hey, come visit me, or no?
God, I hope not.
All right. Do you have a new girl now?
No new girl. I am focused on my job. I am focused on staying on the wagon.
Good for you. You don't need any distractions at this point.
No distractions.
Right.
No more craziness. I am 31 years old. That is, it's time to stop all the craziness.
Good for you. The only pipe you're going to be laying is when the apartment 4D calls and says, hey, I got a leak.
Maybe, but we don't have a 4D.
I plucked that out of thin air, but I take your point. All right. Now,
I do got one good thing, though, is I do have a baby kitten.
Thank God he said kitten. If he said I have a baby, I was going to crap myself. A baby kitten. I mean, I don't know what you're doing out there, Donnie. I don't know what you're all into, but a baby kitten. All right.
Kitten. Yes, I got a cat.
Yeah.
And, things are on the up and up.
What's the cat's name, dare I ask?
Just Baby Kitty.
Baby Kitty. All right. Well, that might end up being a panty dropper, though, at some point. I mean, when you want to...
He's not focused on that right now, Alan. Don't worry about it.
But
don't
in
worry
the
about
future.
No, he's not.
In the future.
He's not worried about the future. He's worried about now.
Come on.
Focus on now.
All right.
Listen, Donnie's never had... He's a handsome dude. He's never had a problem getting girls.
I know.
He doesn't need a kitten to lure him in. He's got the grimy charm, you know.
If Donnie had been on the show when Mary was here, they would have gotten married, for Christ's sake.
When I was drunk?
Just in general. She likes that skinny, ruddy,
No, I do not.
Jailbreak. Yeah, you
fat
do.
Ginger.
No, I
She likes
don't.
fat
you
gingers.
do.
No, Brian is the first skinny guy I've ever been with. No offense, I don't even know what you look like.
I know, I'm not too skinny anymore. Remember?
Oh, yeah?
Was I really that skinny on the show?
Yeah, you look cracked out half the time. Yeah, you were just like a really... I'd kill to be in that shape now. Yeah, you were a skinny dude.
I would have hit it.
God, I'm like 220 now.
What? Donnie, so you puffed up.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, look at you, homie.
Nothing.
Okay, well, listen, but that's better than doing all the other stuff you were doing.
Way better.
Yeah, good.
Way more health. Well, I mean, I'm probably going to be dead in the next 2 years just because of everything I've ever
Donnie.
done. But
yeah, so you're clean. You're telling us, your dear friends, that you're clean now.
100%.
Gotcha. All right, good. All right, well, listen, I'm glad. I'm glad that you got all that nonsense behind you, and, the only way out is through, so that's good. Well, are you working today, or are you off?
I'm working.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't really do much.
I gotcha. Are you part of a team there? Is it a big complex, or are you like the guy?
No, it's a small team, big complex.
Yeah.
A lot of places to hide. A lot of places not to do anything.
Okay, good. Oh, were you going to ask a question? I feel like I cut you off.
Yeah. Every time through the holiday break, you kept playing your shows, but there's never one time that there's a Donnie episode.
Oh, well, I do rotate them. I mean, I'll never play the same segment twice in a year. So you might have been like in a 2022 best of. But I'm sure, now that I know you're alive, because I certainly didn't want to play a clip and find out it was an in memoriam, right? So now that I know you're alive, on an upcoming Sum Of show, I'll make sure I play a Donnie clip.
Hey, you never know.
Never know, boy. And now, according to you, I only have 2 years in which to do it. And so... I'll have to figure that out.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Allen. Thanks, Mr. Bill.
All right, Donnie. I'm glad you're doing well, man.
Stay
Congratulations.
Clean, bud. I am. I'm hanging in there.
Thank you,
Thanks,
pal.
Guys.
All right, there's our old intern.
Where in the world
Donnie.
is Donnie San Diego?
Wow. How about that? He's always, once we get through with the pleasantries, he always gets to the meat of it.
Dropping bombs.
Well, I'm doing fine, but there was a period of time where I was
dating a bank robber.
From the Native American tribe, and now she's in prison. 220. God, he was like $140 soaking web when he was an intern here. I mean, but that was a while ago, too.
Yeah, I mean, that was when he was in his early 20s.
Right. He's
Been a
31
long
now.
time, yeah.
Was he was the one right before you, right, Poundcake, when you were an intern?
Yeah, he trained me.
Yeah. It was Donnie. Boy, that explains a lot. Donnie trained Poundcake. Yeah, no, I wasn't joking around. I thought a while back, I was like, God, I wonder what happened to Donnie. Because we literally haven't heard from him in 2 years. But I guess he's doing okay
I think it's
now.
been longer than that. I think it's been, one of our customers said 2019.
Probably.
was the last
I have
time we
no
talked to him.
concept of time. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, given all he told us that he didn't call us during COVID.
Yeah, because he called us, last time he called us, he was, like, in a good spot. He was clean, and he came clean about how he was on meth and stuff like that.
Yep.
And then we didn't hear from him for a long time. And then, because there was a time when he was calling, like, every month with all sorts of wild stories.
Well, plus, wasn't he, like, dating a trans girl or something
Yeah,
for a while?
yeah. He's got a lot of stuff. He's done a lot of things.
He was trying to find his place in the world. And, it's cyclical. Because every time we talk to him, he's doing fine. He never calls us when he's, like, in the grip of something terrible. So when he calls, it's kind of understood that he's probably doing okay. There was a Donnie segment during the break with Erica. Okay.
Take that, Donnie.
There you go.
Liar. Can't trust them.
Well, because when I schedule
Can't
them,
trust
like,
them.
I kind of know what they're about, but I don't know every single second of these segments. So
I only know, like, what you're playing because people will tweet me still, and they're like,
oh yeah, they'll text nonstop.
Like, this is
People will message me, and they'll be like,
it's been debunked.
What's happening here? I'm like, best stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah. I'm like, you did this yesterday.
It's literally Christmas Eve, and they're like, dude, Poundcake, you're stupid. I'm like, okay. I'm stupid.
We're
You're
on air at
you're
6
messaging me at
p.m. on
Christmas.
Christmas Eve.
Right.
I'm stupid. You got me.
Donnie. I got an old Donnie check-in. Donnie's awful weekend. Donnie's bad tats. Remember he got Abaddon all hope or whatever?
Abandon ye all he who
Abaddon all you.
I was going to ask him if he got any new tattoos in those bad years.
We got a portrait of my Lumbee tribe girlfriend.
No regrets.
No Abaddon. Is that your great aunt Abaddon? No, that's Abandon.
Abaddon all ye who he who. No regrets.
I got.
Oh God! I started using no regrets. Double check.
Yeah, I got this
a million
tattoo.
checks. That's how many. Like it's
That's
not a double
right.
check. It's a million.
You don't want to end up with no regrets. And do justice to how Donnie puts it. But he did tweet out over the weekend, new tattoo number 26. Now, if you're familiar at all, you literature students, you're Dante's Divine Comedy, right? Dante's Inferno, the sign over hell. Everybody knows what that is?
What is it, Poundcake?
Dante's Inferno!
You dummy. Oh, you magnificent bastard. Now, not the sign over hell in Dante's Inferno.
Dante's Inferno!
Right. Is abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Right.
Okay? Great line.
Yep.
That's where it's from. Donnie got a tattoo of this on his right forearm.
Yeah.
Yep, fresh tattoo. Tweeted it out. There's, again, it's, first of all, it's mangled the phrase. You should print it up, type it out, give it to the tattoo artist and go, this is what I want.
Google it, double check it 100 times. Like it's not a
That's
double
right.
check. It's
Entertain you. The text written. Write it on me. That was in the middle of a convention.
Well, anyway, Abaddon, all ye who hope he, you, he.
Wait, are you going to get to what it actually says?
I don't know if
I
he
was
can
trying to,
Okay,
but
that's okay.
yeah.
It's a long segment.
But yeah, it says abando. It's wrong. It's very wrong.
Abaddon.
Yeah,
Of course
Abaddon.
I did.
But
But
you wanna
anytime
be
you get
sure.
a tattoo on your body of any word,
Final E on it. So one too many alls, tattoo says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. So one too many alls mangles the phrase, and abandon has a final E on it.
Abandon.
So it says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. Now
Why
let's
would a
break
tattoo
this
artist
down.
do that?
What's that?
Why would a tattoo artist do that knowing it's wrong? Did he do
They'll
it
do
himself?
whatever you want.
No, they want.
But also,
It's
it's probably not a reputable
Right.
tattoo artist.
Why does everybody think tattoo artists are all geniuses? There's a lot of dummies doing that job.
It's a bad look for the tattoo artist if that's
Bro,
their work.
he was on meth, and it was probably a meth deal. He's like, all right, I'll throw in a tattoo if you can make this happen.
You have to say it like that. He was on meth.
Because it was like a jailhouse tat, wasn't it, that he
Yeah,
got? Just like
it wasn't
janky ink.
The line work wasn't pristine.
No. It's like he had a needle in a Bic pen shell or something. Anywho, thank you, Donnie. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Don't abandon your dreams, wherever you are.
Or your sobriety.
That's right. All right, I got a break. I'll have those Monsters hockey tickets for you. They're playing the Rochester Americans on Saturday night. Got a 4-pack coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, down to 25. Tomorrow, cloudy, some snow showers, a high in the upper 30s. Sunday, snow changing to rain showers, high Sunday, mid-30s.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Levin's New Year sale starts now. Start by taking 20% off our guaranteed lowest prices. Then pay just $1 a month until the spring of 2024. And pay no interest all the way until the year 2027. Only at Levin.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with
government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Monsters. Get a little hockey under your belt. They're taking on the Rochester Americans this Saturday night with the Romo Fijo. ClevelandMonsters.com always has your tickets, your scheduling, everything else. I'll throw you 4 tickets here. Last 2 pair of the week for the Monsters game tomorrow night. We'll send you the tickets. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers play tonight. Second of 2 against the Washington Wizards. They mop the floor with them on Wednesday night. They'll get another crack at them tonight. 7:30 is your tip-off at the Romo Fijo, 7 o'clock. If you want to get the full pre-game experience with Michael Snyder and the gang here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on the app from out of state, let me know where you do that. If you're a new listener, I'd love to add you to our map of Bureau Chiefs right back here.
Are we going to put a pin in there for Mary?
We will put a pin in there for Mary, of course. Do you want a Bureau Chief map?
Sure.
All right, and I'll
Does
put
it
you on.
count?
Of course.
You listen to the
Why
show.
wouldn't
I
it
do
count?
listen to the show. I'm the only one who listens to the show.
I know. When you're on it, you listen. Bureau Chiefs listening on the app. Mary in Astoria, Queens.
No.
Ty listens in Bardstown, Kentucky. Austin is in Valpo, Indiana. Aaron's down in Vero Beach. Lisa Z listens in Buffalo. Buffalo, New York, just announced this morning the hottest, not retail, what the hell am I trying? Housing market. Buffalo, New York, the hottest housing market in the country. It's
Crazy.
always always run down, beaten up cities.
Is it
They're like-
Frank's Red Hot?
Well, so if things don't work out in Astoria, Mary, what about a commute from Buffalo?
Did I tell you that my mom didn't know I was moving to New York City?
Where did you think?
Did I tell you that story yet?
No.
I
Also,
haven't
I
told
like
you
the
guys
way
this
your
story.
hat and your shirt match.
Can you stop right now? I've had a bad day. Okay?
Do your hat and shirt. What's the matter with
No,
that?
I thought the hat was black, but it's navy blue, and I have like everything else I have on
Looks
is
black on camera.
I thought it was black too, and then when I put it next to my pants, I was like, I think this is a blue hat, and I've been wearing it all day, and I was like, oh my god.
I mean, you do look like you're going in for your lumberjack audition, but other than that, it looks
Dude, it's
black.
cold, man. I'm walking around in 25-degree weather.
It
this
looks
morning.
black
It's
on camera.
7 goddamn 30.
Where did your mom think you were moving? Where?
Anyway, so we're talking. I'm getting, like, packing my car, like, getting ready to leave. And she was like, I didn't know you were moving to Manhattan. I was like, Mom, where did you think I was going this whole time? I've been saying I'm moving to New York City. She goes, I thought you were moving to just, like, the state of New York, which is why I didn't understand why it was such a big deal for you and Brian to do long distance. I was like, you thought I was moving to Buffalo?
How did she not know
She
that
did
you
not-
You're just gonna be in Rochester. Who cares?
I swear to God, I was like, Mom, there's no, you're pulling my leg. She goes, I swear, Mary, I did not understand why this was such a big deal.
Why
until
would
I
you move
realized-
to the state of New York?
I was like, Mom, do you think that's a better place to live than Cleveland?
Mom, I want to see how that Schenectady comedy scene is working out.
Right. I was like, I talked about like the New York comedy scene. She's like, Mary, I don't know anything about comedy. Like, how would I know?
But it's not known about comedy. She hasn't overheard a conversation with you. She hasn't heard you here. She hasn't talked to your siblings about it.
Or the fact that I've said
New York City.
I don't know.
You never once said I'm moving to like.
She just thought
That
the
is-
state of New York.
That is
wild.
Very insane.
Truly, truly insane.
That is very selective on her part of just being like, nah, I don't know. It's very strange.
I don't know how it slipped past her, but it was like I think it was the day before I was leaving. Like,
She
I'm
was at
packing
the
all my
farewell
stuff.
shows where
I know.
they We talked extensively about New York City.
She said that
listens
to you.
this show every day.
She said that to you after your farewell shows.
Yes. She said it like when she was
I
packing.
think it was when I was
Packing,
so I
yeah.
left on the 2nd. I left on the 2nd in like New Year's Day. I want to say it was either New Year's Eve or New Year's Day that she was like, I had no idea that that's what you were doing. I was like, what are you talking about? Where have you been? This is insanity.
Right.
I'm so baffled by how
And
she
the fact
didn't
that
pick up
I've
on this.
glamorized New York, and I've come here every year except 2020 since 2019. I've been coming here for the last 4 years in a row.
She's
to
like, what's
visit.
so exciting about Albany? Are you getting
Yeah,
into
that's-
state government?
That blew my mind. I was like, "What? Are you getting senile? You're only 66. Like, there's no way your brain's going."
She thought you were moving to New York State.
She thought I was moving to
Now,
a
she's
city
not wrong.
in the state of New York.
She's
I am,
not
right.
wrong.
Right. But I don't know, man. Very strange. She couldn't really
Wow.
explain it either. She goes, "I don't know. It's just what I thought."
Huh.
So that was interesting.
That is very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun in
I don't know, man.
the Adirondacks.
It makes absolutely no sense to me. You're going to
Yeah.
go tour the Finger Lakes and do stand-up. I don't know, man. I don't know what she thought was
Finger
happening.
Lakes. Wow.
But yeah, she was like really worried once she found out I was moving to the city. There's crime there and there's so many people.
Did you know it's expensive?
Yeah, right.
There's crime there. You mean like in Cleveland, Ohio?
No crime here.
No crime in Cleveland.
There's crime there.
Yeah, that was mind-blowing.
Wow. Well, now she's on board. Now she's looped in with everybody else.
Now she gets it.
Now she understands.
But yeah, Buffalo. Up and coming, huh?
Yeah. Right. Alan, my fiance, and I were scrolling Facebook yesterday, and a girl that he went to high school with posted a sweet message about Bill Squire. So is he dating this girl that my fiance... Are you dating somebody?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Yes. I just don't want to
you have a
talk
girlfriend?
about it. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, she's putting it on Facebook.
I know. She did.
Oh.
You guys, I didn't know you guys made it official.
Oh,
Posted
you
on
know who he's
Facebook.
talking about.
Yeah.
I've met her. She's very sweet.
Oh.
But I didn't know it was like a thing.
It's a thing.
It is a
Why are you
thing?
why are you whispering?
Because I don't like talking about my stuff on the air.
That's not true.
But she's putting it on Facebook.
But she's got 500 friends.
That's more than I got.
But that was a different time, and I learned the lesson, and I don't like to do this stuff anymore.
Oh, you're turning over a new leaf.
Yeah.
Keep your private
I
life
see.
private.
There's nothing wrong with that. I just
And
didn't-
that's that. Yeah, I got a
okay.
girlfriend. There you go.
I didn't
Yeah.
realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then calm down, ladies. Bill's back off the market.
Yeah, take that.
That's right. Okay. I didn't realize it was a new. You were turning over a new leaf there. I just thought maybe you were being coy about it.
Part of turning over a new leaf is not talking about it.
No, now I understand. I get it. I didn't know that you were actively avoiding it because I wouldn't have known that if this person hadn't texted me.
And I always like the people that text in stuff like that. Like, it's always that's one of the reasons I don't like to talk about it. Is them being like, oh, so and so. Like, I just don't.
Well, you have a public life, man. That's
I know, and that's why I try to. I like to have some.
You finally
separation.
figured it out.
I'll tell you this. We met on Bumble. She doesn't listen to the show, and she is sober, and so it's a very different type of. She's not a bartender.
This is your first
She's not a
non-listener
server.
girlfriend?
Not my first, but definitely.
One of
She's in the
two.
minority.
Yeah.
The vast
good for
minority.
you.
Yeah,
The
vast
vast
minority.
minority, right. Right. Alan, I thought it was Manhattan, Kansas. Boy, do I feel stupid. Yeah, well. Yeah.
Yeah, Midtown Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah. I couldn't for the life of me remember what Donnie's real name was, by the way.
I didn't know it wasn't Donnie. I don't
Yeah.
know much about him at all. He was
Well, because I
before
gave
my
all the
time.
interns nicknames,
Mhm.
and his last name's Darko, so I called him Donnie. But his real name's Corey. It's Corey, right?
Yes.
Corey
Yeah.
Darko, yeah.
Corey, I think.
I thought it was Cory, but you might be absolutely right. Yeah.
Rey.
Yeah, but we called him Donnie, obviously, because of the last name. But yeah, his family owned some Amish bakery or something, and then they sold it, and he said he got some money, and it was always a roller coaster ride. Alan, I think Bill will be the first one on the show with an STD, and then Mary, and then you, and then Poundcake. How did you end up with that? Well, I mean, I'm 52, and I've never had one, so...
You probably have HPV and don't know it.
Well, I don't think they're talking about that. Everybody's got that.
That's
whether
what I
they
mean.
know it
We
or
all
not.
we all have STDs.
I think this person is talking... I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but I'm curious how they arrived at that order. Poundcake last.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
No.
But why would any of us get one?
I don't
talk
know.
about how
People
much
think
you
about
bang.
strange things.
Yeah, but I wear condoms when I bang. When
Yeah!
when I'm out there in the,
In these
banging,
streets.
it's a condom situation. I don't
Right.
I don't want to get an STD.
I want to be sure you know how to use a condom, rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
As much of a whore as I play on TV, I mainly just do mouth stuff. Like it's mainly I'm a lettuce queen.
You can get.
I know you can, but the risk is a lot lower than just banging a bunch of randos. Like, I that's just what it is.
I wouldn't say a lot lower.
It's lower.
Okay. But 98% to 96%.
I take it. I stare right in the eyes. I do a little look-see,
Ah.
up and around. I want to see. And then I'm like, all right, you're going to get it, and you better not make me sick. And then, I go for it.
You'd better not make me
You
sick.
better not make me sick. I look at every single one, and I identify it. And I'm like, if it makes me sick, I know exactly which one made me sick.
Wow. You keep mental notes.
Well, yeah. Like, I don't know every person I slept with, but I remember every person's penis that I slept with.
Why didn't you tell me that you were gay?
Every person's penis.
Yeah.
See, that's the great thing about being straight is you only have to memorize one, and it's your own.
Why do you have to memorize it? It's going to be there.
Well, Bill, you don't know. I mean, maybe it is.
I know you got to check your balls every month.
Maybe it's accused of something it didn't do,
Mm-hmm.
and it gets caught in some kind of scheme. You want to make sure that you can identify it, because we're looking at it from one perspective. We're getting an aerial view of our junk, right? You want to make sure that you know what it looks like from every angle. Because, listen, you got to know where your good side is. And so you want to be able to identify it on site. Poundcake, he's making mental notes of everybody's.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I know I'm not
And how would you know by visual orientation which one made you sick?
He gets tested every time.
Do
After
you?
each one.
No, I get tested like.
He doesn't get tested every time.
Well, no, because I don't think you're supposed to. You're supposed to do it like every 6 months.
No, I don't know.
Because you need time for the virus to, fester. Is that the right? Is that the right word? Like you can't. Like if someone gives you, if you've been infected,
It could be dormant, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well,
and
I'm saying, like, say I sleep with someone unprotected and they have HIV. I won't know I have HIV until like 6 months later. It won't show up if I go the next day.
But you take PrEP anyway.
I don't take PrEP.
Oh, I thought you did.
I did for a while, but I don't have it anymore.
Gotcha.
I don't take it because I'm not as promiscuous as I once was.
No, I understand that, but
I had boyfriends in between then. Like,
right.
I think the PrEP was before I was even on antidepressants. I was on PrEP for a very short period of time. And it was only because I was going through a real post-college hoe phase. Like, it was like, oh my gosh, I've reached I'm past my prime now. I got to see if I still got it. And I was sleeping with like 19-year-olds and like, college students. So it was a different vibe. But now I'm like, not saying that I'm sleeping with people that's like more age appropriate, but like just an older crowd, I guess.
Sure.
I'm not in my glory days anymore.
You're on your way to being an old gay dude.
Yeah. But still mouth stuff. Like if I had to take the people that I've actually like slept with, it's far lower than just mouth stuff.
Well, good to know.
So
for guys, they got phrases like eating, ain't cheating. what are the? What do you say?
Something ain't showing.
Yeah, dominate. Lettuce ain't mean I'm off the diet. I don't know.
Wait, what is the phrase?
Eating ain't cheating.
Eating ain't cheating.
I don't think there is one for that. Like,
we wonder what the analog of that for gay.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there probably is one. I don't really think about it, but I've gotten lucky. There ain't no other way around it. It's not like I was being like super careful. Like, obviously, I do a little looksy-loo, and if it looks all right.
A little looksy-loo. So you basically just kind of give it a look, and you're like, there's nothing visually exploding on this genitalia. I must be fine.
And then that's not what I'm saying. I will get tested afterwards, but it's not like I don't make them wear condoms when I'm like, doing lettuce.
Of course, right?
So,
there's no dental dams or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. So if you want to
bite off his penis,
I don't take those type of precautions. But afterwards, I'll get tested, and then if I have something, which I've never had anything, I'll get the
knock on
shot.
Formica.
Yeah. There's paper in here. Wait, there's paper. That's what. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll get the shot if need be. I had a scare one time. Remember I told you that scare before San Diego?
Yes.
I had a scare. I did have a wart at one time, and then that was, you just burn it off. And you're all
That's
better.
probably from HPV.
Wow.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Yeah, I had a scare, and then I told them to give me the shot anyways.
And it wasn't even like on my wiener. It was like near.
That's really nice that HPV gives you warts and it gives women cancer. That's super.
I was going to say, and you can see them, and you can,
Just burn it
Stupid
off.
men. Tired of you men.
Well, I took a break after that, and
Well, good for you.
yeah, I don't think I've given anyone HPV since then.
It doesn't. Well, some of it goes away.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, but they say, look, everybody has HPV.
It's like 80% of people.
It's
have
not
it.
though. In men, it's 1 in 3. That's 30%.
How do you
No,
get
that's
tested?
not true. Where did you
is
get
true.
that number?
I'm
No, it
just.
isn't.
I just looked at the NHS as of 2022. They said 1 in 3 men has HPV.
You also, it's almost impossible to test for it in men.
But it's not impossible.
But the tests are going to be significantly lower. Everything
Well, I
I've
don't
ever
know.
seen is like
I assume
80% of people have HPV.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Those are the numbers that we always hear, but they're getting their data from somewhere.
Well, what happens, Mary, when you have 2 gay men and both of them have HPV? Do they make
Nothing.
it super strange? Okay, so I'm in the clear. If I got something, I'm just like,
I mean, it can affect men. It can give you warts. It can do different things. But the HPV that causes cervical cancer doesn't do anything to men.
Yeah, I've never had cervical cancer, so you are
Good for
correct.
you.
Yep. The incidence of that with men is 0%.
Cervical cancer?
Yeah.
Well, watch
So
it.
take that.
2023.
Yes. More than 90% of sexually active men and 80% of sexually active women will be infected with HPV in their lifetime.
So screw it. Just have
It's literally every. No.
Well, our lifetime, our
Give
lifetimes
us
aren't
cancer.
over. In their lifetime, my lifetime ain't over. It's half over
You
easily.
might get
but-
it next year. Who knows? It'll be the year.
Somebody said for Poundcake. Somebody suggested Essin ain't effing.
I mean, it's not.
Blowing around ain't hoeing around.
Blowing around ain't hoeing around.
There you go.
That's it.
Blowing around ain't hoeing around.
Blowing around ain't hoeing
Congratulations.
around. That's very good. Oh, well done.
Oh.
Yeah, they say oral sex is sex, so, I mean,
Who's they? Christians?
Well, no, that's what I learned in school, that oral sex was sex. It's,
Well, it is sex.
inserting.
The word is in there.
Yeah.
It's oral sex.
Yeah, no, I much rather do that because it's just like, it's a lot easier. There's no lube required. There's no, just I get what I need. They get what they
Everyone that
need.
practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
And if you're that other guy, it gets Poundcake to stop talking for a few minutes, so that's nice.
You got to look at the glass half full, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Al and I raw dogged a new partner on Christmas. She turned my apartment into a water park. I got to go get tested, though, because my peeing's been weird. See, that's how you know.
My peeing's been weird.
Mama, my peeing's been weird.
That's the price you pay.
I got to go get the price you pay? Maybe just take care of yourself.
No, I had to learn that lesson.
Raw dogged a new partner.
When I had
What's going on?
What? That's people.
A lot of people do that.
No, I understand. I'm just saying then they go, oh, my peeing's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, big shock, homie.
Yeah, when you have sex with randos, that's the price you pay. Like, you got to know the risk.
Plenty of
going
people
in.
have sex with randos, but they don't do it like that.
Raw dog,
No,
that's what I'm saying.
I was very promiscuous as a young man,
Right.
and I never got anything because I'm a condom guy.
Yeah, but condom guys are fewer and far between these
Well,
days.
that's on them.
Especially in
I'm
the
just
gay
saying.
community, man.
They still do the job that they're supposed to do.
There's dudes that get mad at me. They're like, condoms, really? I'm like, yes. And they're like, oh, I'm allergic to latex. I'm like, okay, well then.
Well, that's why you whip out a box of sheepskin, though.
Nope.
Lambskin. You go, okay, I got you taken care of. I got what's the other stuff? Not latex, but the other plastic stuff.
But
that
I
they were
don't know if
coming
they're.
out with.
I don't know if they're telling the truth. I think that's just
Cellophane?
Yeah. Ziploc is what I'm thinking of.
Not every dude that I say when I whip out the condoms, they're like condoms.
Polyurethane is what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Not all of them are allergic to latex. I don't know how common
That's if
that
you
is.
have
course they're
multiple
not.
relationships, right?
That's right. Yes. And that can be difficult on a partner.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to have an open and honest conversation about being polyurethane. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch the live stream if you like at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
3, 2, 1, go.
Rock. It's just one of those days. My monster's out.
And Alan Cox.
Who is this? And what is this?
You're at the home of the Cavaliers.
Hey, it's Cavaliers censor Jared Allen on 100.7 WMMS.
So you're in the middle of a kitchen update, and you can't tell if that's a faucet stem or a flange. With the Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
It's Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance. Get up to 60% off select Sealy, plus a free adjustable base, all with free and fast delivery. Deals this big won't last long, so don't miss out. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy credit, easy drive. Where Cleveland goes to buy. O-K-O-B-E. KeaABedford.com.
Hey, it's Rover. College football fans, the championship game is here. All the season's action, upsets, crazy catches, game-winning TDs has led us to this game. And DraftKings Sportsbook is making sure you can throw down on the epic showdown for a shot at big bucks. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets for betting $5 on the game. There's something for everyone. Money lines, parlays, live bets, and so much more. You name it, they've got it. Download the app now and use the code BUZZARD. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets for betting just $5 on college football. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. The crown is yours. 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/.
New episode of 2 Hours to Midnight tomorrow night. We were off a bit for the holiday, but our metal show on The Buzzard is back. 10 o'clock tomorrow night. With me, Pat Butler, Corey Roddick. We'll play a bunch of brand new metal for you. We'll play some classics. We'll play your requests. We'll play local Northeast Ohio metal in there as well. So tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, 2 hours to midnight is our metal show here on The Buzzard. And then Sunday morning, it's the Week in Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from this week. A short week, but we squoze a lot into it. And Poundcake and Bill are your hosts for that. So that's 8 to 10 Sunday mornings on The Buzzard.
Congrats to your co-host, Pat Butler, on making it to the Fantasy Football Championship.
Oh, awesome.
For iHeart.
Oh, he's great.
I was in the
now,
playoffs.
What does that mean? He
had
won,
the best.
or?
No, he's in the final.
lead.
Is this Sunday? Is he the one that beat me? Let me check real quick.
He may have. He's quite wily.
I think he's the one that beat me. I think his team kicked the crap out of me this week because he had. Who was that? That was. No, that's week 18. Also, I don't like that we do our finals. No, JR beat me. So he's up against JR, who doesn't even work here anymore.
I was going to say JR's not even here anymore.
But
He's still in the pool, though.
Still in the league, yeah.
All right.
But Pat Butler and him going head-to-head this week, and he's like, don't talk about it.
Don't jinx it?
Yeah, he doesn't want to jinx it, so I'm jinxing him.
About 10 minutes away from that last trip to L.A. for you, too, for our Alter Ego Festival. Paramore dropped out, but Fall Out Boy is replacing them. So depending on which way your musical Peter teeters, that might be an upgrade for you. The 1975 is also playing Black Keys from Akron, Ohio. 30 Seconds to Mars. How do you feel about abs? Because Jared Leto has about 12 of them. And Bush, some 41, a lot of it. So out there in Anaheim.
Come on, man.
Pardon me. It's about 8 days away. It's next weekend. So the last trip for you to go out there with a pal at 5 o'clock. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how are you? Love the show, man.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Hey, excuse me. You were talking about HPV and guys don't get it. Completely untrue. I had HPV. I have the HPV virus. I had throat cancer back in 2020.
Well, Jeff, not that guys don't get it, but that it's very difficult to detect in guys, whereas it gives women cervical cancer. Guys,
that wasn't that hard. I had a big lump about the size of my about an egg on my side of my throat. And if you do an HPV test, it'll show that the virus is in your system. Everybody gets the HPV virus pretty much. Okay, just going to educate on it. Everybody gets it, but most people, their body finds a way to fight it. So right now, the HPV was almost a year and a half clear, nothing in my throat. They found out it's in my lungs now. So yesterday, matter of fact, was my first dose of immunotherapy, kicking my ass, my butt today. I feel like a train hit me, but
I'm sure
it goes down into your lung. You can go anywhere else, and then get it. You know, Michael Douglas, I think that was who had throat cancer. That was HPV virus. That's for eating, bad.
I thought that was like, wasn't that apocryphal though? Like that Michael Douglas got it that way.
No.
Really?
Well, no, it's true. Yeah.
Okay, but also
women. But so go ahead.
I know
what
that.
I was saying
go
was
ahead,
that the rate at which it causes things like throat cancer in men is significantly less than the amount of women that get cervical cancer from it.
It's a good possibility. I couldn't give you those numbers, but I know it's all related, and it goes both ways.
I mean, we've talked about with Dr. Berglund, you can get penile cancer, you can get anal cancer if you're a guy, all kinds of nasty stuff from HPV.
Sure.
And Poundcake out there, his chances of throat cancer go up considerably too.
Well, I'm also.
Thank you, Jeff. I hope you feel better, pal.
I'm working on it, man. I ain't giving up.
All right, thank you.
But also,
Thanks.
congrats on how you got it, man. All that chopping.
It showed you got laid. I'm also weary of that stuff because, your body is supposed to fight it, but someone who has autoimmune disease, my body's always fighting itself anyways. So I don't want to,
double up.
Yeah, I don't want to make matters worse with a foreign substance or a foreign, virus in my body and then, not be able to fight it or my body go into overdrive. So I'm scared too.
Hey, Dreadhead.
Alan.
What's up, man?
My brother in Christ. How are you?
How are you, sir?
I'm actually terrible, but I have the answer to. You got to answer honestly, man. Then people stop asking. So I actually have the answer to some of your questions, man. You know, I was watching back a lot of these shows from last year while you guys were off, and while I was off, I got came off the road from truck driving right before Christmas. I've been watching a lot of these shows, man. I'm not going to tell you all the answers because it eat up your whole show, and I know you don't want me to do that. But when people are van living, they do the same things truckers do. They go to truck stops and they shower there, they fuel up, whatever else. You would ask that question. Poundcake, man, you got to stop letting these guys. The amount of times, all these shows I was watching, the amount of times I watched Alan mess up a sentence or a phrase or wording, man, you got to get these dudes back, man. Mary, congratulations. I hope you do well out there in
New York State.
Yeah, in Albany. So your question is
one
what,
of the-
Dreadhead?
No, I'm just calling to talk some mess to you, man.
To me? What did I do?
Nothing, man.
Oh.
We gotta bust your chops a little bit.
My what?
Yeah.
He wants to bust
Yeah,
your
bust
chops
your chops a little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand on what, though.
About nothing specifically, man.
Okay.
He said that.
Yeah, I'm just welcoming the new year. You know?
Gotcha. Okay. To randomly.
However,
okay. I will consider my chops busted.
However, I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, I had a manager who was doing none of his job. When I was doing the voiceover thing, I'd get like a few jobs here and there, maybe a couple $100. How do you find a good agent?
How do you find? I mean, you send your demo to a bunch of agencies until somebody says we would like to put you in our stable. I mean, you don't even really need an agent anymore. I mean, I still have one, but I couldn't tell you the last time she called me and said that she had, I mean, you can. There's so many online voiceover. There's just places that do it that you can submit your own demos and they'll send you auditions. And,
Bill, didn't your friend Stefan Johnson just reach 1 million followers over the break for his voiceovers?
He reached that on Instagram. He's got tons on TikTok too. I think he's got like 5 or 6 million.
He's on another level.
But I mean,
he's got. I don't have great pipes. I just have like regular.
But Dreadhead's got great pipes, and so
that's
I think,
what I'm saying.
So but he got there by just creating content constantly on TikTok, and people engaged with that, and it led to all sorts of opportunities from doing stuff for Bally Sports. What movie was he just doing voiceover stuff? What was it? It was something real big.
He posted something that he's in, like doing some promo voiceover or some major motion picture.
The Netflix series for Scott Pilgrim, he was a voiceover. He did voiceover in that.
There you go.
So he's been doing stuff. So creating content is going to be, it's going to help. You want to keep sending out demos to all those different places, but if you can come up with engaging content online, that's also going to help when you got a voice like that.
You have a lot more avenues than we used to have back in the day.
Yeah, back when you guys were kids in the 90s.
I wish. I was a kid in the 70s, homie. All right, good luck out there.
The 1890s, brother.
Oh, yeah! He did. He busted my chops.
Roasted.
He said he was going to do it, and he did it. All right, thank you, Dreadhead. Good luck out there.
Have a good day, man.
All right, you too. Hey, let me give you this trip to L.A. It is our iHeartRadio Alter Ego Festival. Paramore is out. Fall Out Boy is in. And you can be there as well if you want to be. I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword ROCK to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's ROCK to 200-200.
I was watching. I really haven't paid any more attention to this than I think most people have, just out of morbid curiosity. The Jeffrey Epstein thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they released this list of people. And it's not really new news. I mean, everybody kind of knew most of the people who were on this Jeffrey Epstein travel log. It was Clinton. It was Trump. It was Les Wexner, who was pretty much Epstein's benefactor. There were some strange some names you didn't expect to see. David
Stephen
Copperfield, Stephen Hawking. Epstein, this lawyer I was watching last night, he's like, the people who are on this list, my advice to them would be to just not say anything. Because there's a lot of people, because of this pedophile island or whatever, that blankets the whole thing. But there are a lot of people on this list who just knew the guy. Rich people all hang out together. So this was a really rich dude. So like Leonardo DiCaprio is on the list, and Cate Blanchett, David Copperfield, and Stephen Hawking. And yeah, there are some people on the list who are very much alleged to have done some nasty, nasty stuff. But I think the large part of this list are people who knew the guy, because famous and rich people all rub shoulders together. And it might be embarrassing to be on that list because everybody just goes, "Ooh, they were down there, poking 12-year-olds or whatever." This lawyer says, don't say anything.
So my advice would be to not say anything. As much as it is human nature to want to defend yourself, I would say don't say anything. Don't give any response. There's so many names mentioned. Information is like inflation. The more points of data that are out there, it devalues every other one. Let yourself get lost in the sea of what's going on. Let it come out. Let it play out all the way. Don't play your cards until the end.
Mm-hmm. Don't say George Lucas was on
How to be a successful pedophile from this.
No Jimmy Kimmel, by the way. ESPN has a big Aaron Rodgers problem right now, by the way, because Aaron Rodgers, ESPN is part of Disney and Kimmel's on ABC, and Aaron Rodgers like, yeah, they're going to find Jimmy Kimmel's name on this or whatever. And so Pat McAfee.
How did that even come up? Do they have beef or something?
Yeah, they've had some spat or something. I don't know. Because Aaron Rodgers
is very anti-vax, and Jimmy Kimmel's been very outspoken about things like that, and so he likes taking shots at him, and now it's getting to a point where it could get litigious.
Yeah. So yeah, there were about 150 names that they said were expected to be made public. There's some
I'm
people.
sure there's so much more. So many more names.
I'm sure there is.
Over the course of what?
But again,
This
a
was
lot of
30
it.
years?
Yeah, a lot of it were just people who flew on the plane. Trump's name came up because they were pals, but the guy was also flying to Trump's casinos. Clinton on there. But again, none of that's new information. These were just things that had been previously. The Stephen Hawking thing was wild to me.
It's insane.
Because that has to be really embarrassing for the Stephen Hawking estate, because he used text-to-speech to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
So you're never going to believe this, Bill. They have his actual transcripts.
Okay.
Would you like to hear them?
Of course I would.
The actual Stephen Hawking transcripts.
There we go.
From.
Let's make a baby universe. All I need is a black hole.
Let's make a baby universe. The real Stephen Hawking transcripts, Bill.
The real ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if my wheelchair rolls over your nipple.
Oh, that's so nice of you. He was worried.
I spent my life studying wormholes, but I've never seen one up close like this.
Oh, this is
gross.
Embarrassing for the Stephen Hawking estate. And there's even more. Can you believe it?
I can't.
I can.
I wrote a book called A Brief History of Time. You are going to see the brief history of my boner.
Oh, this Stephen Hawking. He was such a rake.
A scholar.
A scoundrel, this guy. Oh.
I hope you don't mind. The only lube I have is wheelchair grease.
Oh, my goodness. The only lube he has is wheelchair grease, Poundcake. Stephen Hawking. Anyway, those are the real transcripts from Stephen Hawking's time in Jeffrey Epstein's company.
How'd you get your hands on those?
I have my ways, Mary. I've got connections.
Is your name on the list?
I didn't see my name on the list. I have no connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
Interesting.
Other than having the actual Stephen Hawking transcripts. So Yeah, the usual parties are going back and forth. The Trump people only want to talk about Clinton, even though Trump was really good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. They were hanging out all the time. But if you're a Trump fan, they're like, he didn't know what he was up to. He's simultaneously a genius and the dumbest man who's ever lived. But, yeah, a lot of it was kind of old news. And there are a handful of people that, were begging to not have their names released publicly. And so they were seeking a continuance on this. That's why I didn't realize that the list was, everybody said that list was going to get released, but I thought that they had already kicked the can down the road 30 days because there are a number of people.
Well, there's still a bunch of names redacted. That's what I'm saying. Like they waited they sat on this for a couple years and then calculated which names they would feel comfortable releasing. Like it's not, they didn't just willy-nilly just toss over 1,000 documents out there. They allowed some to come out.
Yeah. Also, the list of names is just data, just a list of names. But some of the depositions from the girls is weird. When they were like, did you ever meet? Because I asked these people, did you ever meet Leonardo DiCaprio? They're like, no. Did you ever massage Trump? They're like, no. But one girl was like, David Copperfield asked her whether she knew that girls were getting paid to find other girls. So there were people that, obviously, if you spent any time around Jeffrey Epstein, the word was, not everybody went out to that island, but everybody kind of knew what was going on there. Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer, his name's on there 137 times. Other people are once, twice, probably because, the guy flew him on their plane or whatever. Dershowitz, he might have some problems because they ain't just flying you around 137 times. You're going out to get your head rubbed in canola oil or something. So, yeah, David Copperfield. I'd like to make this disappear. Don't bail now.
I didn't. That's fine.
They refer to him as a regular guest of Epstein's. And, what I really would have liked to have seen is on that list of names is, of course, he's been dead for quite some time now, but the late Robert Hedges. It would have been great to have seen his name on that list. If you know, you know.
I don't know who that is.
It's okay. But, yeah. So they're tossing this thing around, and the usual suspects are getting upset about the usual things. But Poundcake's right. I'm sure there's going to be more information. But I just like that lawyer. They're like, what advice would you give people? I would give people the advice to shut up. Don't say anything.
That's so messed up, dude.
How so? The pedo island
people,
thing?
Yeah, that rich people just can do stuff like this or have access to things like this.
No, rich people have access to anything.
And cover it up.
That's what I mean. The whole situation is just so screwed.
Yep. You're screwed. Literally.
Poor girls.
Somebody texted, yeah, it's terrible. Well, and that's where the depositions of these girls, that's why Prince Andrew was neck deep in this, because he's the guy that they were like, oh yeah, he was on the bottom of a 14-year-old puppy pile. And, everybody distanced themselves from that guy. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, whether you believe that he did or did not kill himself, he ain't around. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. Someone referred to him on the text as David Slopperfield. I don't know that. I don't know that that's a name that he would appreciate, quite frankly.
I remember George H.W. Bush. He nicknamed himself David Copperfield. Remember?
Yes, that's right. Bush 41. Mm-hmm. David Copperfield. Yep.
I thought that was real funny.
Alan, I knew a guy in college who got gonorrhea in his throat from orally pleasuring a 76-year-old woman.
Oh.
That sounds fake.
No,
but I'll take your word for it. I'm sorry?
Why would they make up a story like that?
Why would a college kid make up a story?
And why would you tell people that even if it was true? How would anybody other than you and the 76-year-old woman know that? Maybe she was a crazy hot 76-year-old woman. Maybe she lied about her age.
Cher?
Well, no, we talked about an 80-year-old woman who, like, I think she lived in New York City, and she hangs out with all these, like, 20-something-year-olds, and they all bang her because it's like a story.
They all what story? I banged an 80-year-old woman. How is it?
We talked about this on the show.
I'm sure we did. I still just don't know how that's a story.
Like, she was an okay-looking 80-year-old, and she would still hang out at the bars with all, like, the 25-year-olds, and the guys would, like, she was like a novelty at that point.
They just pass her around?
I don't know if they were doing it all together, but, like,
after my Sydney died, I didn't want to be with anyone. And then all these college blokes were coming up to me in the bar, buying me Rob Roy's.
Imagine saying my girlfriend's 60 years older than me. Like, bro.
Well, yeah, I don't think they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but.
She's like, I date young ones.
I date young ones. You sure do. Okay, I'm going to break. I'll have those Story of the Year passes for you. If you dig that band, they're coming to Cleveland. They're going to play just for you. They're going to play 20 years of Page Avenue. That's what they're celebrating on tour January 6th. Oh, that's tomorrow night. Want to go see Story of the Year tomorrow night? We'll send you the tickets. I will hook you up coming back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, down to 25. Tomorrow, cloudy, some snow showers, a high in the upper 30s. Sunday, snow changing to rain showers, high Sunday, mid-30s.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Here's to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Why settle for a percentage of your home's equity when you can have it all with TrueHold? Let me explain. A typical cash-out refi restricts you to a percentage of your home's equity while saddling you with thousands in closing costs and thousands more in today's high-interest payments over the life of your loan. TrueHold, on the other hand, buys your home for its best current value and pays you 100% of your hard-earned equity in cash now. TrueHold is the cheapest way to unlock your equity for whatever you want. Plus, you have the option to stay in your home for as long as you'd like, while TrueHold takes care of property taxes, insurance, and upkeep. Visit TrueHold.com and discover how much TrueHold will pay for your home based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without having to move. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. That's TrueHold.com.
Hey, smart shoppers. Mackenzie here to tell you that we've got the inventory and we're making deals at Ken Ganley Kia. So come on down and get our lowest price and payment on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Forte, Soul, Carnival, Telluride, and the all-electric Kia EV6. At Ken Ganley, keep your cash in your pocket and just sign and drive any new Kia with zero due-at signing. Got a trade? Bring it on in, regardless of its condition, because we want to pay you thousands more than it's worth. Need credit? If you make $500 or more a week, we want to say yes, you're approved. So what are you waiting for? We've got the inventory and we're making deals at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Kay McBrayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and Avengers. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes.
She provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court.
Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy credit, easy drive. Where Cleveland goes to buy. O-K-O-B, Kia at Bedford.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in wash scent beads.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Where all rock began. R.E.M., The Cure, Depeche Mode, Pretenders, Talking Heads, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Alternative Rewind, and listen now. Try something new for 2024. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Story of the Year tomorrow night. They're celebrating 20 years of Page Avenue. Special guest, We the Kings and Youth Fountain at the world-famous Agora. Tomorrow night, I'll send you the tickets. AgoraCleveland.com. If you strike out here, there are any more tickets available. You get all the info there. But I get you the last pair here. Tomorrow night, want to get to the Agora to see Story of the Year? You can relive your glory days with those guys. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Thinking ahead to, under an hour, we'll get our first live Bill Squire Friday Get Down of the new year.
Yeah.
So if you've made yourself a resolution to pay more close attention to the get-downs, you're going to get a chance to pull that trigger shortly. I guess Mary is done seeing get-downs, isn't she? In the room.
Sure. I'm going to make sure she sees it on the...
I can't. I got to leave early.
You got to watch. You got to watch.
There's a show to get to.
You can see me on the Zoom camera, right?
I can't do anything.
You can see that.
I don't have my Zoom camera pulled up, so
No,
I'm
she
looking
can.
at it.
Turn it up.
I know she can see it, but she won't be in the room. She
I
won't
know.
see
Right.
the live,
Yeah.
pulsating,
Ugh.
forehead vein throbbing.
But hearing it is important. I mean, that's the main thing is hearing it.
Yeah.
I got people sending me pictures. I sold Friday Get Down shirts at my special taping and at Mary's Going Away show. They're pretty much all gone. I got a few left if you want to hit me up. I think I got a couple mediums and a couple 2Xs and like one 3X if you want one. But people are excited. They're sending me pictures with the shirt ready to go. Hearing a Get Down in the shirt is going to be exciting.
Oh,
for
right.
them.
I guess that'll add
Mm-hmm.
an extra level of excitement.
Yeah.
You remember a guy named Michael Brantley?
Yeah.
Played for the Cleveland Indians for many, many years. Michael Brantley. He was on the team when I first came to Cleveland. And he's still a young man. He's 36, and he announced his retirement.
That's
He's an
not a young
all-star.
man for a baseball player, though.
Ooh, yeah, true. But you could still have some seasons left in you.
36. He had a very long career.
He
That's
did,
very
yeah.
36. I would say most players are in the league for maybe 5 or 6 seasons. I know football, it's like the average is like 2 or 3. So he had a good long career. 36 is old in baseball in sports years.
Yeah. Well, in real life years, he's still a young man. He made his
course.
money, you know. We got him when they dealt CC Sabathia to the Brewers. That's where Michael Brantley came from. I think he finished as an Astro. I don't know if he was in the World Series and all that, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's got a few championships with them.
And so, like, a very well-liked guy, as I recall. I just remember that name. He was getting hurt a lot towards the end, I think, but I remember that name being thrown around when I first came to Cleveland as, like, a very highly regarded and well-liked ball player. Our colleague Dennis Maniloff, who does a lot of sports over at WTAM, he coined Brantley's nickname Dr. Smooth. I guess for obvious reasons. There's a little feather in your cap. His dad played ball. His dad was a Mariner in the 80s. And so Michael Brantley, for people who remember him, because he's from the Seattle area. He is hanging up his glove. The end of Dr. Smooth, as it were. Now, I don't know if his wife calls him Dr. Smooth or if he calls her Mrs. Dr. Smooth. But if you're given a nickname like that, you don't want to let it go to waste. I mean, I've never had a cool nickname, but I have to think that if I were given one by an esteemed member of local media, that I would plaster that all on everything. Or is that too cringy if you're like the guy?
Weren't you like Ace Steel or something like that?
Pardon me?
What, didn't you have a lame name like that?
Slade.
Ace
Slade.
Steele?
Alan Slade.
Alan Slade. I don't know.
For like a week. That doesn't
Ace
count.
Steele.
And I gave it to
I don't like
myself.
that.
That doesn't count. That was when I was getting into radio. It wasn't like I was walking around high school going, I'd like everybody to call me. No, I was toying around with a dumb radio name, and it lasted like a week.
Got it.
But if somebody gives you one, you want it to be a good one. You don't want to be, Poopy Pants Jones or anything like that. Because, you pooped your pants in 8th grade, and nobody ever let you live it down because they don't let you live it down. I was thinking of Poundcake. There's a girl who works for Cleveland.com. She writes over there for the Plain Dealer. Her name is Molly Walsh, and she's the crime reporter over at Cleveland.com, and her car was stolen right off the street. Her Kia got boosted. And so she posted a photo of the shattered glass. She lives in Ohio City. She lives not far from where Gwen and I used to live when we lived in Ohio City. Ohio City's wild, man, because people get broken into like in the middle of the day.
In the middle of the street at a
Well, that's
at
a car in the
stoplight.
street, but I mean, I knew people who lived around the block from me were like, they got out of the shower and there were dudes in their house. So it's wild. So her car, she's like, I'm the crime reporter for Cleveland.com, and my car was stolen 10 yards from where I was sitting in my friend's living room. So they're in the house and they're sitting around and having a chat. This was New Year's Eve. And she's like, my car got lifted right off the street.
It'd be like that, man.
Kia was stolen.
And surprisingly quiet. Because, again, I can't. It's one thing to not hear my phone, but you would think you would hear, like, shattering glass right outside your window, and that's just not the case. I didn't hear nothing.
Well, you were sleeping.
I understand.
Yeah. She was in her friend's living room, and, she didn't hear nothing either. Well, it sucks, too, as she points out that you're still making payments on your car.
Yeah, I had to pay mine.
Until
I just
insurance
paid mine.
comes, swoops in and says this or that.
Paid mine, and then I got to pay my deductible, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, no brakes. And I'm just without a car. Like, you have to do everything you normally do, just without the factor in between.
How are you going to get home tonight?
I'll probably Uber. And I know...
Why don't you ask Alan for a ride?
Because I don't like to ask people for that. I'm not going to inconvenience him like that. Like, I'm not going to... I live 10 minutes up the road.
He wants to inconvenience you, Bill. Well, you do live in the same
We live
neighborhood.
right by each other. It's not
And
an
plus,
inconvenience.
Bill,
But I got a show. But just ask him, Alan. Just ask him.
I don't want to ask... Alan, will you take me home?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Easy enough.
Plus, I've given Bill plenty of rides.
Yeah, no, I never mind giving you, because we've lived within the vicinity of each other most of the time you've been on the show, so it's never a huge inconvenience. For Alan, it would be more of an inconvenience.
That's why I didn't ask.
But I still wanted you to.
Actually, I want to ask Mary. Mary, will you take me home?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just fly out. I'll drive you home.
Even if it wasn't an inconvenience for me, I still wouldn't.
Well, damn. You didn't have to say it like that.
Why not? I'm just being real. You're real all the time, right?
I mean, I'll give you a
say
ride
what
if you want to
wanna
stick
say.
around and wait till the end of the shows at Hilarities. If you want to save a few bucks on Ubers.
We'll see.
You don't want to wait around? Take in a couple of free comedy shows?
You don't want to stay downtown till midnight?
You could just be out wilding right downtown here.
Just let me know. Yeah, go.
Bill's making them laugh inside. You're making them laugh outside.
You don't have to watch the shows. You can hang out and do whatever you want, and then I'll be like, hey, I'm leaving now. And then you can hitch a ride with me. Be around 11:30, midnight. Yeah.
Let me ponder it.
Now, what will you do down here if you take Bill up on this?
You go to the Cavs game. You got your plug over there.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, they're going to blow the Wizards out again tonight.
Hopefully, don't jinx it.
Well, I don't know. I have to eat. Like, I haven't eaten anything other than lunch.
This is gonna blow
If
your
only
mind.
there were places
There's-
downtown to eat.
There's restaurants all over the place.
You guys, I understand. It's not that. It's a money issue, and I was gonna grocery shop. Like, I got stuff at home.
You're never going to believe this. There's also a grocery store downtown.
Oh yeah, I didn't even pick up my $50 Heinz gift card that I'm entitled to. I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna go into Tracy's drawer like, hey, where my gift card at?
Those are probably under lock and key now.
Probably,
Yeah.
but I never got mine.
Well, that's on you. Why didn't you?
Yeah, you could have had a nice meal from Heinen's. You could have got like a wrap and a
I
drink.
was going to say $50, you get a meal from
Yeah.
Heinen's.
It wasn't. It was on me, but it wasn't because by the time they sent the email, I think everyone else was gone for the year. Like when I read the email, I went over there to the office and the door was closed. I was like, damn. So I had to wait till we came back, and then I haven't seen her. We haven't really crossed paths since.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not about to just go in her.
You have to like
office and-
sign for it.
Yeah, you do.
And I didn't sign for it yet.
That's what they gave us, Cody, instead of health insurance. So you better get on that.
$50 worth of Heinen's health insurance. I mean, I have health insurance, and I got a $50 Heinen's gift card.
Yeah, well, that's nice for you.
It is.
Pretty nice, huh?
I don't have to use my Heinen's card on health insurance. They also
More reason you should give Poundcake a ride home.
No. They also
He's a poor man with no groceries.
Rumpa pum pum. I am a poor boy too. Rumpa pum pum.
Yeah. Well, there might be something in there.
I have a car, or I have no key, but I have. Wait, no.
All right.
Go ahead.
Forget it. Nope.
Yeah.
They also released the list of vanity plates rejected in 2023. Lay pipe, ass eater.
What they?
How do they spell that?
A5S, EATR, N Sergeant.
Should have done A55.
They could have never figured that out.
No way.
More than 800 requests were denied in the state of Ohio in 2023. I'm sure a lot of F Biden vanity plates. Bud Light. F Bud Light. What a hot take. A55OLE.
A55OO.
See, he giggles. SCHITTY. FN too cold. Seems like the 2 and the FN should be transposed there. Hugh Jass. HUJASS. P word for female genitalia. 69. That's
Nice.
somebody just trying to see.
If they're paying attention.
They rejected poops. 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 I like that.
Poops. Here comes Poops.
Yeah. What if your name is what if your surname has poop in it and your nickname is Poops? Your name is
What
like,
if your name's Hugh Jass?
Right. OCKSKR. Ock sucker. Oh man.
They're getting creative. That's why
They sure are. PP hack. That one got rejected. PP hack.
I want to know the ones that get through.
Yeah.
There's got to be some sneaky ones that get through.
But it's like probably slang that people don't really know. Like there's like a gooner or something like that. Alan was talking about that the other day. I didn't know what a gooner was. I'm sure the people at the BMV don't know either.
FAP2 TRP. FAP to trap. I don't know. Dookie, DOOKI. Dookie.
It's just a Green Day fan.
Right. Yeah, it's PUZZWGN. Guess that's their take on the P Wagon.
Mm.
I was gonna say license plates are too hard to come up with. You're better off with the frame. That's the best. That's
One of them is just O and then the F word. LMAOOOO. What's the matter with that? Because A is ass?
Mm-hmm.
And
that's really
F,
stupid.
right?
Huh?
Oh, they're just doing LM.
LM.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Hooters with a Z. WTFOCK. One that I assume means we squirt 'em. It's WESQRTM. We squirt 'em. IB pimpin'. DRTYHO3. That's supposed to be dirty ho. Numb nuts. Yeah, so a lot of these, come on, man. Tall ho. They just came right out and say it, right? Really tall woman, tall ho.
I mean, you
H-O-T-A-L-L-H-O-E.
submit money. If you submit these, you have to pay, right? Do
No,
they give
I
your
think
money
if
back?
they accept
And
it.
then you pay
Yeah.
for it. Okay, so these are just people that are bored. They're
Trying to
like,
see what
hey,
they can do.
Yeah, just keep
They
submitting
rejected Pissy. Wargasm. Great band. Horny AF. Z's Nuts. ZSNUTZ. Giant PP.
Nice.
Bofa D's. They rejected. Because you have to think there's probably no, they might have some kind of program that ferrets a lot of these out, but you also probably have to rely on people just working in the office, or they're like, hey, does this mean anything?
Right.
Because not everybody's down with slang.
Yeah, they
and-
probably have like some Gen Z and they're like,
Right.
or there's just someone that's like the secretary of Urban Dictionary that has to constantly look things up. What's a gooner, for example?
Yep. Hey, Tyler, what does NF given mean? Big ho with a 1 instead of an I. Anyway, ram her. They rejected ram her. They rejected swole pee-pee.
But what if, okay, so what if you want to get your last name and you're like, I know someone whose last name is like Seaman. So what do you do then?
They're going to reject it. They would.
Yeah.
I
But, like,
guarantee
that's on my license.
they would reject my name.
Mm-hmm.
You could-
COX?
Yes.
I don't know about
Of
that.
course
They would not
If I
allow it.
submitted my name for a vanity plate, I couldn't do it.
Like
I'd go,
Mr.
that's my
Period.
name. If I put in Alan Cox for a vanity plate.
Well, you wouldn't do just Alan Cox. You'd do something like Cox Boy or something like that, right?
Cox Boy. That's what I would do. That's right. No, 7. It's 7 characters, right? So that's my name. If I did that, they go, no, I'm sorry. I go, but that's my name. Sorry. It's like when the NFL didn't want to sell Jason Gay's jerseys. Because his name's Gay. Yeah, so? They rejected old poops. OL poops.
There's that
old poops.
You guys sent that tweet to the group chat today of that recruit.
Yeah. I thought it was fake.
Old Noah K.
Yeah.
He's got a name that's going to be real tough for announcers.
No, certain people could say it.
A kid who Poundcake could. His name's Noah, and his last name is Knigga.
But the K's silent. So go ahead, Alan.
No, thank you. This is why I don't do sports radio.
You're the best sports talker, Cody.
Yeah, that's up to you, and you can say it.
Can I say it?
Yes. What's his name? It's his name. What's his name?
Noah
Yeah, and he's visiting West Virginia University. He might be a Mountaineer. Good for him. Boy,
I know it.
That NIL era is different.
And his name being Noah, it makes it even crazier.
I want to shake hands with his family. I mean, that is top level. It is amazing the lengths that parents are clearly going to troll with their own child's name. Just these crazy names.
I mean, if that's their heritage, like if they came from another country and that was their name there, why would they? Some people have pride in their name. They don't want to Americanize it.
I'm not saying don't have pride in it. I'm just saying it's pretty wild. There are a billion other names that you could have named your kid other than, because every parent, given what you have to take into account, here's the surname, what names go with this. Every parent does it. Doesn't matter what color you are, what creed you are, every parent goes, do these names go with our last name?
Rich, Harry.
Yeah, those aren't, yeah. I have an Uncle Dick. My dad's brother's name is Richard. Why he goes, I don't know. They weren't those kind of people, but he still goes by Dick. It's probably a family name, but not a whole hell of a lot you can do with some surnames. You know, if your name is Santora, you got the run of the place. You can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Last name's Cox. You got to get to getting and figure out what you're going to do. The last name's Brown.
I have Uncle Dusty.
Dusty Brown.
They call him filthy in the streets.
Oh, my God.
Dusty Brown. I love it.
Tell him Dusty sings.
Oh, good old Dusty Brown.
Yeah.
Sounds like a cowboy.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he is. Is he? Is he a cowboy?
No.
Oh.
He's an
Okay.
outlaw, though.
Alan, my last name is W-E-N-E. I had to call. It took me 3 times to get Big Weenie.
Big Weenie.
There's no way.
No way.
This is my last name. Big Wenny or Weenie. My old coworker got Big Vein. Boy. Anywho, I got a break. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. That's how we know that the weekend is officially underway. It has been a short week, but we can't shirk our duties to start the weekend officially around here. Want to text me 35192 and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Here's to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We're getting ready for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. First one of 2024. That's how we get the weekend started around here. You might even see a T-shirt to that effect if you're out there in public and seeing people with that. Everybody's hitting me up now, sending me photos of my name on a vanity plate. If you go to oplace.com, except it still says subject to approval by a committee. So yeah, you can put anything on the graphic if it's available. And it probably makes for a fun screen grab once you do. But I would be almost positive that if I wanted my first and last name as a vanity plate, that it would get shot down. Then again, Big Weenie and Big Vane are out there too, so who knows? Cavs are playing tonight here at home at the Romo Fijo, second of two against the Washington Wizards, who are not very good. But they'll play them tonight, 7:30 on MMS. Pre-game starts up at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon, they'll still be at home to play the Spurs. And then the Nets, they got a big break between Sunday and Thursday. Why is that? Why nothing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Just the luck of the draw?
Yeah, just scheduling. Sometimes you get a little break like that.
Nets on Thursday. A week from Monday, they'll play the Bulls and then the Bucks, and then they'll hit the road on the 20th to play Atlanta. So they got a pretty good home stretch here. But tonight, 7:30, Cavs Wizards on the Buzzard, and 20% off at CLE Clothing Company if you want to score yourself some appropriate gear. They always have new items. They always have the Buzzard merch there. Always cranking out new things there as well. So you can use the promo code RING all through the month of January for 20% off, whatever you want. If you're watching at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks to Ninar Badinar. Ninar Badinar?
Ninar Badinar.
Yeah, Ninar Badinar for assisting today. And Mary, is your MAGA brother's birthday coming up?
No, it's in October.
It's in October. So it is coming up.
Sure.
In October.
Did you see the Storm the Capitol game that goes on sale tomorrow?
No, my God, I did not.
They're celebrating January 6th. Of course, tomorrow is the third anniversary of January 6th. And there's a board game that they're dropping called Storm the Capitol. And it's only $64.99.
Wow.
You know, the normal price for a board game. It's called Storm the Capitol, the True Anon Edition. 4 to 7 adult players, adults in quotation marks, I assume, and sold for $64.99. They say it lets people relive one of the funniest days in American history.
Funniest. You know, when those people died.
Yeah.
Who made this?
Who did? Probably a couple of dudes.
Yeah, that seems like a
True
bit.
Anon, a left-wing podcast. A parody board game. So, yeah. Take control of one of 6 patriots as you battle through the Capitol, collecting ballots, taking hostages, and fighting the police. Or play as the Capitol Police.
Oh, there's options.
Use every means at your disposal to prevent the patriots from getting to the roof with enough ballots to stop the steal. $64.99 if you want to play. Get it for your brother. Send it to him.
You might love that.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. He won't like that it came from a bunch of left-wingers, but
He doesn't need to know.
he won't like that it's a clear parody. But, you know, I wonder what the little tokens are. You know, Monopoly, they got the shoe and the iron. Huh?
Oh.
Ballots?
One's a horn.
I wonder
a horn hat.
I wonder if one's a poop.
A poop, a horn hat.
You know, like the
The
guy
horn
took a
hat,
dump on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
There's probably
A podium.
Maybe. Yeah, the podium guy. Just a Confederate flag.
Yeah. The goal is to get 100 ballots and make it to the final room where the president waits for players so he can take them on his helicopter and change the results of the 2020 election.
Well, in this case, we're just going to have to start playing because I'll pick up the rules as we go. You can explain the rules all you want to me, but it's not going to sink in until we actually play the game.
I understand.
Yeah.
You learn as you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So January 6th was about having fun with your friends, is what this says. And that amazing feeling is coming back on January 6th of this year. A lot of people, though, aren't getting the joke. And people were very, very excited to purchase this, as is their right. It's only $64.99. It's a bargain at twice the price, I'd imagine. But, you got to let people do what they want to do. And it was one of the funniest days in American history, according to them.
Funniest or funnest?
Funniest is how I read it. Is funnest a word?
It could be in this case.
Ah.
So I was just at the gym, the locker room, heard a guy going, looking so outrageous, and they tell you so. Turn around, it's an older guy jamming on his headphones. So my way out, give him a fist bump, and I go, Steely Dan. He goes, yeah, man, my favorite band. I'm from the 70s. So I think this is great, Just a little bit of good old-fashioned male bonding in the men's locker room. Steely Dan, bringing people together.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Looking so outrageous, and they tell you
Bringing
so.
naked men together.
Fisting naked men.
Yes.
Fist what?
He fisted him.
That's what he said.
He fist bumped him, Bill.
I like word economy, Alan.
that, yeah.
You always talk about word economy.
That is true.
You know what I was
All
talking
right,
about.
so they fisted each other as he was listening to Steely Dan in his headphones.
Honestly, you could probably just say that two dudes like Steely Dan, and the fisting is implied.
Incidental and implied. Well, yeah, but I will say, and I love Steely Dan. Black Cow's a great song. It's the one that opens their magnum opus, Asia. But I would never listen to it in the gym.
It was a cool down.
He was listening to it, in the locker room. So
Right.
he's like getting changed, getting ready to go home.
There's no way that guy was listening to something else and then put Steely Dan on to
Heavy
cool
metal.
down. He
He's
was
just like
listening
you.
the
But
he was
some
listening the
people-
whole way through.
Some people just like to, it might have just shuffled on a playlist to that.
True.
But when I go to the gym and listen to music, I'm not, like Mary wants like metal music. Oh, this gets me going. I like chill music when I'm working out. I don't
Really?
need, I'm not trying to, like it doesn't.
I don't need metal music, but I like a faster pace, or I like a lot of rap.
Yeah.
Unless I'm doing cardio, in which case I'll listen to people's stand-up albums because it makes me takes me out of my head enough to forget that I'm doing cardio.
Oh, so you need different music for cardio.
I just
'Cause cardio
hate
sucks so hard.
Cardio so much.
You want something to take your mind off of
that
it.
if I
No,
know
get that.
if I'm gonna go do 45 minutes on the treadmill, I'll pull up one of my friends' albums or Netflix or something.
Can I convince you to maybe check out some Steely Dan?
You cannot.
Oh, well, that's a bummer. Poundcake, what were you listening to when you were at Orange Theory?
Oh, they have their own playlist. It's cool though because they actually have pop music or rock music, and then it's it's in a mix, and they actually do a pretty good job of it. I've asked before, I'm like, where do you guys get this? I think it's their own exclusive mix. So
Their own licensed music,
just within their
Their
studios.
brand,
Yeah, because I was I would love to find that on iHeartRadio or any other streaming device, streaming app.
Understood.
Yeah, so if I'm in the gym, though, I'll just throw on Spotify. I can work out to Whitney Houston, honestly. I can work out to any,
You want to dance with somebody.
or All the Man That I Need, or whatever,
Yeah, I understand.
The ballads, I'm just there, lifting something.
Alan, you guys were talking about Daughtry, just like Panic at the Disco is Poundcake's favorite punk band. My mom asked me if I liked Daughtry back in the day, and when I said no, she proceeded to say, I thought you liked heavy metal. And then I walked into traffic and died, and you're actually talking to my ghost. Yeah, well, listen, for some people, that's what constitutes heavy metal. Mary likes that meat and potatoes lunkhead rock.
I love it.
She loves it. That is her bullseye.
It's great.
It's not,
It's
but
great.
you like it, and that's enough. That's fine for you.
Yeah. Seether?
Seether, I don't mind.
Seether's good.
But you like Theory of a Dead Man and Nickel. Right? See, she's getting all moist in the shorts.
No, she's
just thinking about it. Daughtry and all that, like, you know.
I mean,
all that
yeah,
mook
Nickelback.
rock.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, Nickelback was like one of the best live shows I've ever been to.
I believe it. I understand.
It was fantastic.
I'll never know firsthand, but yeah, I believe it.
I had a good time. 3 Doors Down.
Ugh. Oh, God.
What? You don't like 3 Doors Down?
I mean, come on.
3 Days Grace.
Come on.
3 Days Grace is a little
This is what I'm
heavier.
talking about.
3 Days Grace is heavy.
It's not about being heavy. It's just about
Puddle of Mud.
Nameless, faceless, sound-alike kinds of bands. We had
Breaking
West Canada.
Benjamin is heavy.
I think Breaking Benjamin's great, but I don't put them in the same category as those other bands.
I do. Blackstone Cherry. Buck Cherry. Papa Roach.
Are you just naming fruit?
I'm on a website.
Oh.
I typed in bands that sound like Theory of a Dead Man. And these are Trapped.
That's a big, long-lit Trapped. Yeah, they suck too.
Skillet.
Yeah,
someone, you know what? Someone
they're
just pointed out
Christian
on their,
metal.
Someone just pointed out on their Instagram story that I had no idea this was the same. Skillet song Monster. You know, and I feel like
Yeah,
a
they play it at like
monster.
hockey. Yeah, they play it at the Cleveland Monsters games.
That song is a direct ripoff of 3 Days Grace, Animal.
I think, but this is my point. No one's ripping anybody off. These bands just all have the same brain.
No,
It's like
no.
Cat Williams
cranking out
talking about
mook rock.
Cedric the Entertainer. Well, he also talked about black people, and I did that first.
No.
It's all kind of the same stuff.
Okay, fine. We can all agree on Stained. Or Hoobastank. Or Lifehouse.
I wouldn't put Hoobastank in that. But I also only know like 2 songs. I know Crawling in the Dark, and that's more in that genre. But
What about Linkin Park?
Reason, I would put them on a higher tier. I guess you could probably put them there, but I'm not. I like Linkin Park. All the rest of the bands you mentioned, I'm not really into.
Creed.
They're coming back, so you'll get a shot to see
Yeah,
them.
I'll pass on Creed too.
I like all that music.
Creed's like a meme band now too. Like everybody likes making Creed jokes. Like put 37 Creed songs into touch tunes, just rock out.
The bands Mary likes are Midwest poverty rock.
I love that.
I've never heard that before.
But that's me. I'm Midwest poverty.
Not anymore. Now you're a big city. You got to change. You got to change your ways.
Now
You got to become a
big
New
city
Yorker.
poverty.
Yeah,
Lower East Side
You got to
music,
talk
you
about
gotta
all the
get-
cool hipster stuff that
Yup.
is coming out of New York. You can't.
I don't know
be-
anything.
You can't be walking around New York talking about Theory of a Dead Man.
I saw an apartment last night in what is an area called Sunnyside, which is like lower Astoria down toward Brooklyn. And there's a lady walking her dogs. And I said, hey, if you don't mind, you got a minute. She goes, yeah. So you do live in this area? She said, yeah. I said, what do you think of it? I said, I'm looking to move here. I'm very unfamiliar with this area, but it seems really nice. And she kept bringing up how great it was for families.
Well,
She
because
was
it's a
like,
really safe area.
But I couldn't tell why she kept using that to sell it to me. If I just look like a mom, that she was like, I got like my short hair cut now. I wasn't wearing a lot of makeup. I know I'm like, I'm built like I had a kid. And she was like, yeah, it's great. There's great schools.
No, but isn't that
I love it."
shorthand for safety?
No, well, she was harping on it. Like, that was
When
like
people
the
say
only
it's a
thing she
nice
talked
place to
about.
raise a family, that's shorthand for safe.
I have 2 kids, and it's great for families, and there's parks, and there's lots of stuff to do with the kids. And I wanted to be like, I don't
I don't have children, ma'am.
What do you?
But
this
she's
is gonna
telling you
be
from her
me.
point of view the reason she likes being in that area. So I don't think there's anything wrong
maybe
with
you
that.
had
pointed. It
maybe
felt
you had a
pointed.
face like a frazzled mom.
I was cold.
You said you were cold and tired.
I'm cold and tired.
Yeah.
I'm walking to the train station.
You
She's
probably
outside.
looked like a frazzled mom.
I was just like, "Hey, I'm moving. I'm moving to New York, and I'm looking in this area. Do you like it?" And she was like, "Yeah." But everything she talked about was family oriented.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's also not something that you would consider negative. Everything she said sounded good.
It's not negative for living there. I just didn't know if it was because she had a family or because she eyed me and was like, "She's got kids at home."
You didn't ask her
No,
if she had kids.
she said she had.
No,
kids.
she had.
Oh, she had
said,
kids. Okay.
I think she was
have
just
2
speaking
kids
from
or
her
whatever.
point of view and just assumed that's part of what you'd want to know.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't think she was like, this is definitely a Midwestern mom trying to make it in New York and she's got
Well, that's
kids.
what it
I
felt
don't-
like.
Yeah, well, I think you're projecting.
Probably.
Mhm.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
My coat barely zips, so that doesn't help. Just like this
But at
fat
least it
Ohioan.
matches your hat.
Right. My fat
Barely
Ohioan's
zips.
trying to fuck. Ooh, I almost.
You in New York ain't getting all forgetting where you at.
My bad.
Barely zipped up, and this lady's asking me
Barely.
about,
I bought that coat in 2020 when I was like at the fittest I've ever been, and your girl is about 20 pounds heavier than that.
Yeah, everybody talks about losing weight so they can fit into their clothes. I think it's better to do it the other way around.
To buy a new coat?
Buy the clothes that you want to fit into.
Wait,
Like
no.
bigger?
Yeah, what?
Like bigger?
Everybody goes, I'm going to lose weight so I can fit into that.
Well,
right?
my
That's
coat
what
zipping easily is a goal of this year. To
Right.
zip my coat easily.
Yeah, right.
So you're saying buy
I'm
a
saying
bigger
go in.
coat.
No.
I'm
He's
saying go in the other,
buy
smaller.
Buy smaller clothes and say, I'm going to lose weight so I can wear this.
Yeah.
But people do that all the time, too, and it doesn't work.
It doesn't work?
No.
No,
They
I
just
would never
stay
do that.
uncomfortable?
No, they just...
you wear the clothes that you have, and then you say, my goal is for these clothes to fit better or to fit back into the jeans from last summer. Or whatever.
Right.
You don't have to buy smaller clothes. Chances are, if you gained weight, you have clothes that don't fit you.
No,
you
what
don't
I'm
need
sa-
to go looking for them.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying if you wear clothes that are uncomfortable, that will that will motivate you to lose weight.
But it doesn't.
Now when
It doesn't really?
No, then you're just unbuttoning your pants in public, like me.
When I put on
Yeah, man, we didn't even talk about Home for the Holidays at Hilarities.
What a nightmare.
What was that?
So the night
don't have
after
time for
my
this.
show, there was at the Agora, they do the Home for the Holidays show where all the comics that are in the city, like, there's some that are visiting from out of town, or like me and Mary, Paramore, Mike Paramore was on it.
Yep.
Liz
Brian
Blanc
Kenny,
back
Liz
from LA.
Blanc, yeah. And one comic, Paul, who is a mixed guy, told a joke about having biracial kids. And if two biracial people have kids together, and they have twins, one can end up black and one can end up white. And his
Is that
joke
true?
I don't know. It's a joke. So he's bringing this up, and he says, is it okay for the white kid to use the N-word? And then a comedian went up after him. White guy fully used the N-word. Hard R. And it was just, it changed the whole night.
He was trying to shock everybody?
No, he was
I
just,
think he just talks like that.
he's an older guy, and he's just, what he explained to me is that in
my day, if it starts with
he said Paul Mooney told him at a show in the 80s that he was on a show in front of a bunch of black people, said if you don't use it, they're all going to think you're a coward.
Well,
Paul Mooney was
that
smart
was
because
a
he
lie.
sabotaged that dude.
Yeah.
Paul Mooney was.
It's all these years later. I mean,
Right.
that was in the 80s. I'm like, dude, this is 2020. This is in the 80s. That was 40 years ago. Things have changed a little bit, and yeah,
White people just can't wait to use it.
So
They love it.
that just hung over the entire show. I went up as Santa, and I was drinking. I was having a good time. Mary went up, unbuttoned her pants, and just plopped her belly out. It was a wild night.
mess.
Yeah,
That was the most unhinged show I've been a part of in a long time.
yeah. To the point where
Is everybody was hammered or what? I mean,
No, because that just, it didn't start great.
Yeah.
The host decided to open the Happy Holidays show with like Israel-Palestine jokes.
Yeah.
And then it went into like race war stuff.
So you were at the mercy of other people's material.
Well, yes, but that also makes the audience kind of feel weird. So that was the first comic, and then the next two guys did fine, and then it was the N-word, and then I went up and I was like, "Well, we got to talk about this. Like,
Yeah.
what do you say?" And I mentioned when I transitioned into material, I mentioned gaining weight, and I got a huge applause break. I was like, "You fat guy! Look at all of you." And a girl in the front, I said I messed around and accidentally wore my standing pants. And I tried to sit down in my standing pants, and this girl showed me in the front row that her pants were unbuttoned. So in solidarity, I unbuttoned my pants on stage for her and I to be in solidarity. So it went from N-word to pants unbuttoned on stage to drunk Santa Me Tooing people.
Oh, it was off the rails.
It was off the
pretty
rails.
fast. Yeah.
There was no getting that show back together.
It was fun.
Who had to close?
Mike Paramore, and he basically did like a wrap-up.
Yeah.
of here's
Oh,
everything
okay.
you've
He just
seen.
said, "Can you believe
Can we
all the
just talk
things that
about
we
everything
just
that's
heard?"
happened?
He
Yeah.
cherry-picked from all the previous...
No, but that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
But it worked.
Yeah. But my favorite part, though, is that Brian Kenny went up there, and he's got this great bit about the little drummer boy, and he doesn't even acknowledge anything else that's going on, and just does that bit, and it murders.
Yeah.
And it just standalone murders, and it was great. So it was a very fun night. And then the Late Show was a little more on the rails, but it was a good time.
Bill, do you want to start the weekend
Let's
by
do
any
it.
chance?
Everybody have a drink on me. Everybody have a drink on me. Hey, hey, everybody drink on me. Brother Leslie, how?
All right, back for 2024, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. It's how we begin the weekend officially. Take it away, William.
It's Friday, and you got to get down on Friday, especially if you just moved to New York City, and you're trying to find an apartment, and there's rats, and there's pigeons. New Yorker, New Yorker, New Yorker, it's Friday!
Well, there it is. In solidarity.
That was in your honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not as bad because I don't have to look at you, to be 100% honest.
Just close your eyes and imagine the love washing over you.
I think we should put something, make it so she has to watch.
No, we don't
on
ever
the
have to
Zoom
do that
camera.
on anything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like those clockwork
I can
orange things that go into your eyelids.
I just minimize my Zoom bar.
Seems a little aggro.
Seems like you're not
But I'll
committed
let you
to
two
the bit.
figure that out.
She's not.
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, there it is. Go and Lou likewise. Weekend is underway. And, yeah, congratulations. You did it. One more time. We take a break here. You want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball tonight. Pregame, 7 o'clock, 7:30 is tip-off against the Wizards at the Romo Fijo.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.